I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one, but I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I put my people to death. people go free. I guess so too, like to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free. I'm just trying to see. You're too blind. I'm just trying to see people go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free.
Good evening, America. I'm Jason, and you're watching Jason Goes Political. For the sake of continuity, all financial gifts that are $19 or less, I will save, I think, for a little bit later. It's going to be sort of a discursive conversation probably today. Anyhow, everything $20 or greater, I will read as soon as I see it. We have some election coverage tonight. I also want to ask you all, give some of my thoughts over the course of however long we're going to be here together in our cozy little get-together. And we do have an action item. Please check that out if you are interested. I want to get your thoughts on what you think the anti-whites are going to be doing with this election, because the sky's the limit, and who knows exactly what they intend to do. Please let me know if you can hear me okay, and if the video is coming through clearly. Again, it is great to see you all. You can financially gift over the course of the show at Odyssey, at Entropy, and at Cash App. You can look for the URLs in the description below. We've been waiting for this now for 2 years. What were the next elections going to look like? Because after the corpse sat in his basement for his campaign and then got the most votes that any president has ever gotten, somebody who is totally incompetent and can't put a sentence together, and everyone knew he couldn't then, and in my opinion, and everyone knew that was only going to get worse. He got the most votes in the history of America, and he also even got more black votes in areas where he needed to win than Obama got when Obama ran for president, and that is perfectly believable. And so we all wondered after that happened, this completely legitimate election, which, by the way, demonstrating the power of the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. They have questioned the election and the results of Donald Trump. And even before, long before other elections, they've said, not my president. Said the same thing about George Bush Jr., the imbecile, the brain dead imbecile, and others as well. Not my president, not a legitimate election. In fact, part of the Democrat platform, the anti-white Democrat platform, is that all elections are stolen from the Democrats by way of denying the opportunity to vote to non-white people, which of course is preposterous. But when you are in charge and you can't be contested, you can just pretty much say whatever you want. And that's what these pieces of garbage are wont to do. These anti-white pieces of garbage are wont to do, as you know. And so you even have Hillary Clinton the other day. She's claiming that the Republicans are building the machine to steal the next presidential election. And they're able to say these things because the anti-whites are in charge. Both parties are anti-white, but the Democrats are more effectively anti-white, more viciously anti-white, whereas the Republicans like to drag their feet on their own bloodletting of their own families, at least. They are not openly, but that will change. That will change. Rest assured. The Republican Party is going to its platform is going to increasingly represent Hispanic desires as there begins to be a increasing divide in this country. And you will see the Republican Party's ideals transform as a consequence. They've already transformed, but now there'll be no lip service, no deceptive dog whistling for you all to have to heed. You'll just be told it is the moral thing to do what the Hispanics want. And so, as has pretty much been the case already. But we all wondered after that absolutely legitimate, probably the most legitimate election in all of human history. Democrats are able to question elections when there is no evidence of suppression, in my opinion. You show the least bit interest in a result where it's dubious. There were some strange things going on. You just want to investigate those strange things. Well, you are a terrorist. They define you as, and then their corrupt FBI investigates you and your family. And then if they get an opportunity, they put you in jail for many years for questioning the results of their election. So clearly the Democrats are in charge, and the resistance. And that's one of the things that we've shared here on Jason Goes Political. And that's something that I can be proud of, that people have walked away from this show with an understanding, I think a little bit of understanding of what's really going on in politics. The Republicans use the tools that they know will lose so that they don't run afoul of the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, who are in charge of the United States. And that is where we find ourselves today. And so we articulated the only thing that we can actually do in politics in the United States, which may well be, in all honesty, the only thing that white people can do in politicking in any Western country. I know there are people that say, well, in this country, well, in my country, well, in this, and maybe that's maybe, but I admit that I don't know what is going on in every single Western country in the detail that perhaps is as granular as those who live there. But I would bet that really the only thing they could do there is the same thing, the only thing that we could do here in the United States. And that is force what is considered the conservative party or whatever it might be in those countries. In this country, it's the United States. Force their candidates who selfishly want to hold a seat for the money, for the grandeur, for the fame, for the intrigue, for the sexcapades, selfish desires, carnal and otherwise, force them to pay lip service to the name of our race, force them on the spot. All of this while we are simultaneously having enormous victories. Paul Joseph Watson, I just tweeted. If you are unaware, take a look at my Twitter. I believe you can look at my Twitter even if you lost your Twitter account. Just use not only our concept that we're pushing everywhere, and our ranks continue to grow with these activists that are doing this charity of their love and time and the future of our people. Not only anti-white, our concept, but actually the dialectic, actually the argument that we make and have been making for decades. He spoke to millions of his followers and those that they will influence, that he was speaking specifically about climate change, these climate doomsdayers, and how ultimately this is anti-whiteism. It is meant to victimize Western kind and Western civilization. That is our victory, that he is saying that now. No one can take that away from you. Politically speaking, and that's what this show was all about, and I'm kind of talking about it as though we've come to the end, and in a way we have, when it comes to Jason Goes Political, for specifically what you're seeing right now in the live chat count, and that is lack of interest. We promoted this show with advertisements on Gab. Spent a couple of $1,000 promoting this show on Gab, and I want to thank everybody who participated in raising money for that purpose, and who financially gifted me for that purpose. And whatever you all are going to do when it comes to getting out in the world and beating the bush and trying to bring people in to watch the work that we do, the way that Salty Crackers followers do, or Nick Fuentes followers do, I want to thank you all who have been active doing that. But there is, at bottom line, a lack of interest. And so I am putting, after today's show, Jason Goes Political into hiatus. And I will bring it back if there is some sort of big political intrigue, and maybe there is an election that really seems to be, a particular election that really seems to be stolen or is being questioned as stolen, probably by the Republicans, because the Republicans steal elections left and right, as I've heard from mainstream news sources and otherwise. I will bring it out of mothballs to speak to what might be happening then. And then I will also likely bring Jason Goes Political out of mothballs for the presidential election, maybe starting 6 or so months prior to that election, or when things start to get a little bit more interesting. But the bottom line is that I can serve white well-being in a lot of different ways. And this is only one of those ways. Currently, I just look over my right shoulder here, and I can see, for example, that our friend Sticks, Hex, and Hammer 666 is live streaming election coverage, and looks like he has 10,000 people watching live. And currently, you have what's this guy's name again? The Quartering, which is probably one of the dumbest people on the internet. Genuinely, seems like a really nice guy, but genuinely very low IQ. I mean, he's below a midwit. He's a midget, honestly. And I don't mean that to be mean. He has 4,000 watching live of his 1.35 million subscribers. So for that reason, Jason Goes Political is going into mothballs. And I want to thank everybody who really enjoyed this show and who benefited from this show. What we articulated here as a strategy has already benefited our people, whereas you can see on these other channels, and this is the product service comparison, what they're sharing has not changed a thing for our people, for our civilization, for our society. People have, for the lives, for our future generations, for those little white babies who want to live someplace where they can walk down the street without being gang raped and murdered, while politicians fight over what they can do next for the non-white races. You can see that they do nothing. And we, in the short period of time that Jason Goes Political, I've been streaming Jason Goes Political, have made an enormous change already. And so I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of the people who have participated in that. And as a consequence of the show, we're going to be doing more activities that were engendered here in this moment, this stream. So my question, as we turn on, I'm going to turn on the TVs behind me to different channels, from the mainstream, the anti-white mainstream, the regime's news. And we'll let those run. Maybe we'll tap in and listen to some of what they have going on and what they're claiming. Maybe we'll tap into one of these folks like the Quartering or Sticks, who are infinitely more interesting, and see what they have to say. And if they're saying anything of value or anything that's actually detrimental. A lot of detrimental things that have been said in response to the past couple of shows that we've done on roll-ins and on Going Free on the weekend. because of stance I've taken where I made arguments, absolutely proving my position, and then, of course, been attacked as a consequence. So it really seems like in the white sympathetic sphere, you have to be sort of this retardus conservative, or you have to be one of these jaywalker haters. That's really like, and there are various flavors of the haters of the jaywalkers, but you either have to worship them in the conservative sphere. You either have to worship jaywalkers as the people that God loves most, and the gallant little tiny ally that continues to just fight for us relentlessly on one hand, and then on the other hand is hating them with this abject hatred and wanting to do endless harm, and not just absolutely no sense whatsoever when viewing or treating or dealing with that phenomenon. And those are the only two positions you can really have ultimately. And then you can, of course, be just a doom documenter and just talk about all that's bad in the world and rehash what's already done on the regime media. I don't know why people just don't go watch that instead. So I asked the question, are we getting ready to witness, and this is on Twitter, are we getting ready to witness key races won by Democrats under suspicious circumstances, and then no investigation allowed, and then jailed and censored to silence for questioning the results, while Democrats loudly deny the results of uncontestable victories? That's a question I'm asking. It's probably not the case, because Democrats never are corrupt. They never break the law like Republicans. They are as pure as the driven snow. So I'm going to go ahead and open these TVs, and then we'll see what you all are having to say. If you want to reach out to me with a question or comment, what do you think the anti-whites are going to do with this election? What do you think tomorrow is going to hold in the United States? Indeed, the next week or in the week after. What are you anticipating? The sky's the limit here. It could be any number of things. And I'm going to try to keep an eye on YouTube to make sure we don't get into trouble. I guess it's only going to play one TV at a time. Can you all see? Well, it looks like they're back. Nope, now they're gone again. I'll make over to the other screen, and then you all can tell me in the live chat if you can see all TVs. Keep them going. You can tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms, and as No White Guilt on any of these platforms, and I will read your comment or question or what you think might be happening. So I will take a quick look at what everybody is saying now, and then we'll get to some of my thoughts about what might take place tomorrow, my assessments, and in the coming weeks. So it's great to see everybody here at a place where we actually try to change our world, where we actually try to change our societies. There's Victorian Time Traveler, Carlisle, Matt, Rory, Ivan, Lacey, Glory, Brightside, Eli, Joe, great to see everybody. Linda, was that Lovey? Great Franklin's with us, Eternalism. Foster, the great Elaine Sabatino. Thank you for your order. Montana Kid. Let's have a conversation, folks. Stan is here. Cindy Ben. Hollywood Isn't History. I love the meme curative. Great name. Mike. Gabriel. Fit and healthy at any age. There's a swashbuckler if I ever saw one. Greetings, folk of the West. There's the great Fornull, speed runner. And Eke Lux is here. Eke Lux asking, is it acceptable to refer to an outgroup as being an outgroup? I don't know exactly. Could you clarify a little bit? I mean, if you're in the Go Free method, we say that if you have to specify a specific group outside of the white race, that you can do that. The difference between white positive and white negative is focusing on us and our well-being, as opposed to hating another group of humanity and focusing on the things that you believe they do wrong. There's no like prohibition on being able to say, this where you specifically have to specify. But if you're going to specify for hating on another group, then that is prohibited in the Go Free method, because it's white negative and we're white positive. There's this guy who came up on my Twitter and to debate with me, and a perfect example of what happens in the Go Free, or in the white sympathetic sphere, relative to Go Free and the Go Free method in this community. And that is that you have this, we've talked about it before, where you have this whole spectrum of people, and really this is what the white sympathetic sphere has been. The vast majority of it is this place where you don't actually do things to make our environment better, to make our lives better. You show up at these meetings, you show up at the conferences, everybody wants to share their doom documenting that they've done, their doom divining what's going to happen in the future, and this doom dissection, the people who are behind it and the ones who are responsible. And they all want to outdo each other. And they all think that, and they will share how it can be remedied. And they all think that because they can think about these things, that their opinion is, and probably because they grow up in democracy where everybody's opinion is the same, they think that because it's socio-political, that it's somehow like a vote, and so everybody's is equal, and you therefore, your ideas of how it can be corrected or what have you are just as good as anybody else's. And that is an enormous error. It's not. That's like, and I liken it to surgery all the time, that's like going to a conference of neurosurgeons and having thought about neurosurgery superficially here and there over your life, and then you show up and you're going to try to say, this is what's going on in these neurological disorder cases, and this is how you remedy all of those sorts of things. It is preposterous, but it's got to be from this linkage to voting, and everybody's vote counts and everybody's vote's the same, or at least it's supposed to be that way. So I had this guy show up. I actually told him on Twitter, I actually said, look, buddy, I care about you. I don't want you hurting yourself. But he said, oh, I've got a podcast or whatever he said. And the things he was sharing, and perhaps this guy is smart elsewhere in the world, but when it comes to socio-political matters, he is dumber than a box of rocks. And I asked him, please don't do this anymore. Please. And he's actually going around to folks who are newly finding out about the work that we're doing and deciding, okay, I'm not going to this arguments that this guy is making in the nice shirts and nice ties makes sense about this strategy of activism that we can colloquially refer to as name them. And he's going around and he's trying to talk people back into naming them. and saying, hey, just don't counter signal, just don't. And this is the, don't shoot right, don't aim right, don't attack right, don't counter signal, all of these things. It's a perfect example, these arguments. And you will have heard folks that are the heads of organizations in the white sympathetic sphere, folks who are the content creators, thought leaders, that will have used this. And you really have to question if you are a sane person, if you want to go somewhere in service to our people and make a difference in the world, whether or not you should listen to such people ever again. Because that position undermines the corrective feedback loop. It is to assume that at some point in the past, someone came up with an idea that is so perfect that it can withstand all circumstances that could ever be imagined, that could ever even be beyond imagination, and will always be effective no matter what. And the objective, by the way, somehow stays the same for that strategy, irrespective of all the changing scenarios and contexts. You see, if you said to yourself just then, wow, that I really don't get what he just said there, that is a sign that you should let people like me think about these things. And if you're good at mechanics, I will let you work on the car. That's how we are so successful, one of the ways, in human society in general, but certainly in the West, is that people become specialized in an area. And indeed, as society becomes increasingly complicated, the number of specialties multiply. And basically, we walk around the world as if we're diligent, we become a specialist in an area, and we're pretty much average to totally ignorant everywhere else in our lives because of the complexity of the society that we have engendered, that we have created. But no, this fellow is going to show up and use this totally inappropriate argument to undermine a corrective feedback loop rather than speak to the numerous arguments I've made. Instead, he wanted to tattletale to Mark about me, implying that Mark's only strategy in the world, of which he has articulated very differently on the show while we've been on the air together, on the stream together, is this name them thing. Mark would be in jail today. Never mind that, but he would be in jail today if that was his strategy in the UK today. So this person showing up and endeavoring to undermine, and he did talk one fellow into saying, oh yeah, it sounds fair that we don't counter signal each other. If your position can't withstand arguments that demonstrate the falsity of it, then you need to abandon your position, not attack the person posing the questions and making the arguments and misrepresent them and the like, but examine the arguments that are made. That is the only way that a movement, an endeavor, a piece of machinery, that anything ever improves. And the tool that he used for the proof, the so-called proof of his position, was that you have to talk about a problem to resolve it. That is, my friends, a great example of a massive difference in IQ. You cannot take a strategy, a corrective strategy, and apply it universally. Now, I understand that midwits and maybe uber midwits may think that you can, but you cannot. Corrective strategies have specific uses for them. And it's the exact opposite in this scenario. His idea is that the problem is jaywalkers and that you have to talk about them to correct it. We're not talking about like a family drinking problem. We're not talking about your wife is addicted to, huffing glue and you're going to have to talk about it. So that is a great example of a midwit ruining lives. I challenged him to go make a video of himself telling his boss, naming them strategy with his boss, with the principal at his children's school, with the city council. And guess what? He won't do it. So what a surprise. Jennifer's here. Great to see you, Jennifer P. Eternalism. You got questions? Ask them. I'm here for you. Everybody. I will answer your questions. I will speak to your concerns. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says, yes, we see the TVs. So thank you so much. Pearl Lady says, our government and justice system is so corrupt, it's very depressing. Yes, the level of corruption, and it's actually a positive that the governments of the West have been irredeemably corrupt since before our births, no matter how old you are. So the fact that it's increasingly difficult to conceal that from the masses is a good thing, because it creates discontent. And then it makes it easier to reach them with the Go Free method. So they're dissatisfied, they're discontent, they're unhappy with the leadership, they're unhappy with outcomes, they're unhappy with what's happening to their lives. And we can talk about that, like when it comes to specific political races. But that discontent is something that we can use as leverage to introduce key concepts with the Go Free method. And changing that conversation, which we have demonstrated on a worldwide scale. Everybody that comes here, I mean, you would think that when a group in the white sympathetic sphere has accomplished even 1/1000th of what we have accomplished, that people would show up and the first thing they would do is yield obeisance to us. They would say, my God, we have never been able to do anything but look like demons in our societies, in our countries, in our communities, in our families. And now these concepts that have been pushed by Jason Köhne and the no white guilt, white well-being community are now receiving increasing usage around planet Earth, across the West. How can there be people attacking us? Well, you know what I'm kind of discovering, and y'all can chime in on this. I have accepted the unspoken premise that these people, the vast majority in the white sympathetic sphere, that they actually want what is good for white people, that they want a good outcome for white people, that they want to improve the lives of white people, that they want to put an end to the suffering of white people. And now I realize, no, they don't. If they did, they would be elated by these results. They would be celebrating us to the moon and beyond. I think the vast majority of people, or at least the majority in the white sympathetic sphere, we can look to the explicit rather than implicit, are these ones who just, their objective is to harm jaywalkers. And so that's why this success that we've had, I mean, this is seriously off the charts of, you go into other fields, we are people should be, when it comes to like Olympics, since somebody win like 30 medals in the Olympics, they should be like, that's the white well-being of the Olympics guy. You know, people break all the records in baseball, and they should be saying that's the white well-being guy of professional baseball. That's what we've accomplished. That's what we've accomplished. And it's like, mum is the word. And you see these responses on Twitter and elsewhere where people are, you know, they'll see, we have this advertisement by Stephen Milanow. It's all a result of us, our working. 2+ decades of my personal effort, nose to the grindstone, life given to our people. And Paul Joseph Watson, Mark Dice, 2 million subs and more that he reaches. And he just talked about how it's not racism, it's anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism. If it weren't for us, none of that would be happening. None of it. And instead of carried on the shoulders of everybody in the white sympathetic sphere, we are demonized. They mock the success and they say, oh, it's not success. And I just, for the longest time, I've been thinking, well, that's not actually, they're saying that out of just jealousy. I still think jealousy plays a big part of it, because the kind of comments that they say, many of these people, jealousy still plays a big part of it. But the other big part of it is they don't want this kind of victory. They don't want a victory where the victimization of white people ends. And that's it. I mean, think about that. They don't want a victory where the victimization of the white race ends, and that's it. They want jaywalkers murdered and robbed from. That's what they want. And if that helps white people at some point, some way down the road, well, then that's good. So the more like violent the argument, the more threatening the appeal, the scarier the articulation, the rabble rousing, the more horrifying the rabble rousing, the more they like that. The more they say, yeah, that's what we want. So I have been duped. I have been ingenuous in so many years listening to people in the white sympathetic sphere. And they always say, well, the reason we want to have all these horrible things happen to somebody else is because white people. It's not because of white people at all. You're just a sick person. You need help. You need a lot of help. And we offer you help here with Go Free, and we will leave our hands out there for everybody who wants to come and participate. But these people aren't celebrating us because they don't care about the victimization of white people. They just want jaywalkers murdered. That's what will make them happy. So anybody offering a better way to get to that destination, they celebrate. They come in and they say, wait a second, Jason, when you create something called Ye's Law, that undermines our ability in our minds to at some point be able to really victimize these jaywalkers. So you must be a Fed. You must be a jaywalker. You're a piece of garbage. You're not actually a part of our movement. Well, you know what? I'm not part of your movement, because my objective is to not it has nothing to do with harming another group of humanity. My objective has been forevermore, and will be, to put an end to the victimization of the white race. There's a guy, and I want to see what you all are saying. There's a guy on Gab who's dedicated, like his one of these name them antique nationalist, cult nationalist types, who has like dedicated his life to, he says right there, ruining no white guilt, forcing no white guilt out of the movement. What movement? I thought you cared about white people. If you didn't care about white people, and that was just a pretext to murder jaywalkers, well, then you're a piece of shit. I was never in that movement. You're just lying. So now you're getting to see the difference between those who actually want to put an end to the victimization of Western kind and those who want to harm jaywalkers in various ways. Thank you, Pearl Lady. Bodacious is with us. Icarus is here. Wonderful to see you. Ursa Major is with us. Hello, hello. What a big victory that is, isn't it, with Paul Joseph Watson? Is that what it is? Paul Joseph Watson? To actually use our dialectic, not just our concept. That's enormous. And God bless him for that. God bless him. Okay, Eke has hello to you, Glory Unending. Great to see you. Saying we should never play the villain. No, we should never play the villain. That's the anti-white story. Eke says here, you said that you think we should be focusing on our own people. I agree with that. Question, do you think it's acceptable to differentiate between our people and those who aren't? Well, you probably wrote that before you heard my answer. The only thing is, if you have some sort of benign, specific situation where you are going to articulate, like if you were going to say, well, the Jews go to the synagogue and most Christians go to a church, or most white people go to a church. If you were going to say that, then that's one thing. What we prohibit is focusing on another group of humanity and saying they're evil, and here, let me tell you, count the ways of how evil they are. Because the reality is, when you do that, people will harm them. People will go into their places of worship and in their homes, and they will harm them. White people know this. The average white person knows this. And so when you go to them with this kind of name them strategy, name them insanity, when you go to the average white person and you say this, two things happen. Immediately, the Holocaust is evoked in their minds. And is that a place where you want to be in that conversation? And number two, they immediately think, oh, jaywalkers are all going to get harmed now by the things you're saying. So Holocaust and these people are going to get harmed by the things you're saying. How is that moral? White people reject that. That's why, and just for like a contemporary time span, looking back pre-World War I, the name them strategy is still a loser all the way to this point. You got to think that that's been implemented heavily since before World War I. And here I am this year having to point out how dumb it is, how destructive it is, how immoral it is, and then relentlessly attacked as a consequence. Helios Abbott is here, the great champ. Wonderful to see you, my brother. Twitter, my favorite show. Hate to see it go for now. What phenomenon do you think is responsible for the popularity of doomed documenters and the endless rehash? What purpose is fulfilled? That's a brilliant question. I thank you for that. A great swashbuckler is Helios Abbott. Other people have homosexual frogs and bears and saltines. We have genuine, heroic, swashbuckling champions. So, what's being served by doom documenting? It's a position of and a demonstration of a total lack of power and an acceptance of that you can't contest with the holders of power. So all that's left to you is to complain. And in an environment that really feeds this sort of a thing, where the most, like salacial or shocking or whatever it might be piece of news ends up magnifying that surrender, that capitulation. And so people want to know. There's also this genetic, and it's these the sort of the people who are like prepper nurse and so the prepper community, and there are several communities that make use of this fear and this need to know, genetic urge, this need to know what might be about to hurt me. People, they collapse into this. And then it becomes like this sort of macabre self-mutilation. And they get into this cycle, this vicious cycle, where they want to outdo each other with worse and worse news. What's worse? So you see the different content creators, they will highlight the most shocking news, the worst thing that has happened. This is worse than what everybody else is. This is more egregious than what everybody else is reporting. And then more and more people show up. And you have these other people who will make these big predictions, this doom divination. That's like another branch of it, where people can indulge this fear of the things to come that are going to harm them. And that becomes like this vicious coping mechanism that, well, we can get together in fear, and at least we know that we can't stop it, but at least we know what's going to eat us. At least we know what's going to defeat us. At least we know. There's nothing we can do about it, but at least we know. That's why you end up seeing that instead of the biggest successes, like the successes that we've had being news on other channels, it's just what else is being done to us. And great demonstrations of the power of the other side, which of course engenders more pacifism, more fecklessness, more of a desire to hide and build a tomb for yourself. And of course, the anti-white victimizer, when and where given the opportunity and necessity, they will finance such things. And now with social media, they actively, in my opinion, will push such things. Just endless need for the doom. That's a great question, and thank you for that. What are your thoughts, folks? Why do you think people out there need unending helpings of doom documenting, doom dissecting, and doom divining rather than doing something to remedy the problem? Lacey here is saying, people on Gab keep bringing a JS up to me nonstop. Thank you for mentioning that. It is every new person, and this is what I've said endlessly, what I've talked about endlessly for years. White people who end up in the white sympathetic sphere all start, we can use hyperbole there. I mean, because I assume there are some who don't, but very few, all start in the most heroic position in the history of the world. And that is so much love for our people and the victimization of our people that they are willing to object to the greatest power in the history of the world. And that is this anti-white regime, this anti-white superstructure. It's the greatest power in the history of the world because it controls all of the Western countries. It has the ability to tell the world that your love is pure hatred and cause all of your family to ostracize you, cause strangers or even friends to physically attack you. That is a great power indeed. So it takes a great love and a great heroism to decide I'm going to object to that, even when those can be the outcomes. But then what happens? They're trapped in the anti-white narrative, as we all are. They go into the white sympathetic sphere, and immediately, as Lacey is pointing out, incessantly, you have these haters of the jaywalkers. And that's all they want to, they show up and they're like, you got to hate this group of people. You got to want to inflict extreme harm on them. You got to want to thieve from them. This is the anti-white narrative's actual, like, cut and paste right from the TV, right from the movies, character that is the villain. That's why we say you never play the villain in their story, the anti-white narrative. We never play the villain in their story. So, Lacey, I would tell you that the people showing up and saying that, you got to be hating on this group. That's what it's all about. I would tell them to go to hell. Tell them you're going free and that you have love in your heart for our people. You're not going to hate anybody. And that this idea that you got to talk about a problem, this corrective totally inappropriately applied, it is absurd, is you just tell them that that is the stuff of midget wits, and you are going where the intelligence is, where the actual evidence of success is. I mean, you could leave with, haven't you been losing long enough? Why do you have so much hate in your heart for another group of humanity? You don't have to, we're not celebrating other groups of humanity. We're just loving our people and willing to put an end and focused entirely on putting an end to the victimization of our people. So I mentioned this on Sunday. How many people over the years have come to me and said, I'm brand new to this. Can you tell me what's going on? And I've had people from multiple countries around the world over the year that I've spoken with that came in, and I've told them, and especially females, because they get in, and this is the thing, watch for Lacey and other females out there. When you're first like getting in and you're talking about this, you're going to have these people who will show up, who will say, and it's very powerful on females, that you've got to hate this other group of humanity, and here are all the reasons why. And then as soon as you say anything negative about them, these like retarduses will celebrate you through the stratosphere. They will say how wonderful you are for that. And you'll get this rush of, oh, I'm getting accepted. You don't want to be accepted by vermin. You want to be accepted by swashbuckling heroes of the West. That's what you want. Men of the West. That's women of the West. That's what you want to be accepted and lauded by. So I've had these people come to me, and maybe I haven't talked about this specific thing enough, but I've had these people come to me over the years, and I've actually had cases where I have taken time to explain in detail great swaths of the anti-white narrative and how we're heroes in our story and the detrimental things. They'll leave, then contact me again 6 weeks later, 8 weeks later, and they're like, yeah, but what about clearly victims of the social pressure? And then I will push back and I'll show them they're wrong. And they, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then again, come back 3 months later or whatever, and they're gone. They're totally gone. It's just become pure, unadulterated hatred for jaywalkers and for blacks and for whatever. Pure, unadulterated, just focus on them. If they're all victimized, if they're all robbed from, if they're all, then somehow, without articulating how, things get better for white people. You know, even if you could, in a theoretical, take all the non-white people of the world and allow them with Elon Musk spaceships to go to a new Earth that's much better than this one, white people would not be good the next day. White people would begin in the most sanguinary, blood-curdling way, slaughtering each other. It would be rivers of blood on every single continent. And everyone knows that. There is no nirvana at the end of hatred. Quote that one. Faces here, great to see you. Let's keep rolling. Okay, Lux says the people who wish for harm are glowies, which is a term that means like maybe not necessarily feds, but they are anti-white cryptos. So they could be feds of any country. They could be working for an anti-white organization. They could just be somebody in their basement wanting to cause harm, and they can figure out that they know that that would be harmful. But I don't know, quite honestly. Ash is here. There's the great white student transmission. I don't know. JK160 is here. Victorian time traveler. I don't know many people who focus on another group of humanity, and it's totally inappropriate. It, not only immoral on a moral basis, but because you can't effectuate, I want to stay nice and calm. You can't effectuate an outcome good for white people by way of that focus and strategy. And you're seeing on these screens behind me the results as they're coming in from voting tallies. And I'll give you my predictions in a moment. Want to hear what you have to say. If you agree with the things I'm saying, say so. If you disagree, if you want more clarification, let me know. But when these people are focused like on an actual like functional level, a mechanistic level, there's no way to go from these people wield inordinate power to the benefit of white people as a people. We don't have a people, but white people as a people without grievous and malicious and mendacious harm to this group you want to talk about. I mean, as I articulated before, if they could all take Elon Musk rocket ships to a better Earth somewhere and live in nirvana, it would just be some other non-white group that would take the reins, that would work together better than white people do, because white people don't have a people. And then what? So this is so foolish. And I can't believe that, we have, with all the effort and money put in, that we just can't persuade enough. We just can't persuade enough. The customer base is not sane enough, is just not there to get more than 100 people to show up for this particular show, which I know a lot of people enjoyed, and I really enjoyed streaming this show. But I just can't keep doing it. We've had long enough now that if there was going to be an audience interested in actual change, that they would show up. So it's just not happening. All right, Eke Lux. He says, don't understand why I assume that everyone wants to do violence. I just articulated that. There's no way to get from talking about a particular group and the amount of power they hold to the well-being of white people without extreme violence against said group. There's no way. If you think there is a way, then articulate it, because they're going to, just like any individual will fight to maintain their wealth, their power, their prestige, they're going to fight to maintain, which means that you have to escalate like the law enforcement does. If law enforcement comes to arrest you, you either have to give up or they have the right to escalate until you're dead. So they would escalate. And this is just like in a laboratory of the mind sort of a way, because you couldn't even get to that. Why is that? Because your own race will burn you at the stake for even trying that. White Student Transmission says, I sent you a DM on Twitter. I'll check it out. Thank you, brother. 2 young podcasters, one in France and in another country. They saw Mark Dice use anti-whiteism and agree with the term. Great potential for outreach. Listen to that. So the work that we're doing, thank you so much, White Student Transmission. I appreciate that. Raucous emojis for you, dear brother. So the work that we're doing, you see how this reverberates? You see how the tremors go out across Western civilization? Exactly as I planned. There's an old story, and I don't know if it's true or not. Perhaps we have some history buffs here with us or afterward in the replay, and they can share their thoughts in the thread. But I remember many years ago reading about some of the lore of ancient Sparta, and that ancient Sparta, they claimed, was created by a single man, a lawgiver, and that he sat down and he wrote out all of the way you should live, the way the city has to live, the way the people should live to be a great success. And I would imagine that people being what they are, in order for folks to adopt what he had written out, they would have to see evidence of the success. We have so much evidence of the success. that I can't even remember. I can't even come close to remembering it all. And I hope that some of you out there are recording all of these different successes so that at some point we can put it to the history books. At some point they'll look back. All right. Thank you very much, White Student Transmission. Eke Lux is asking not about what a particular group, he's clarifying, has done or not done. Yes, there is we recognize that we are Western kind. And we view the world in these terms, not in terms of other races, because we accept everyone for who they are, irrespective of their immutable characteristics, as people who want to live happy lives, lawful lives, etc. They only become a problem for us, Western kind, if they decide to be anti-white in thought or deed. So that's your divide. You have white positivity, white well-being, anti-whites, which means that there can be, and there are indeed, white anti-whites. This was one of the big problems in the white sympathetic sphere, that when I was very young, but still respectful, unlike we see so much of in the white sympathetic sphere today, when it comes to me, I was still respectful of these people. I said, you can't keep arguing that this is all the jaywalkers for many reasons, but one reason, that you have all these white people in government. And our brothers and sisters will say, what about all these white people? What about all the white people? And I told them, you have to instead say the divide is between people who care about the white race and anti-whites and their anti-whiteism, their ideology. And all of these leaders, misleaders, is what it turned out to be, shook their head. No, you just tell them that all the white people are just puppets of this other group of humanity, of the jaywalkers. Well, of course, that doesn't work. That doesn't work, because that's not how the average person thinks. So you ended up with this phenomenon where everybody would say that somebody that was doing us wrong, they would say, oh, they're absolutely, and you can see it today, different from back then, because back then we didn't have the internet. But today it's immediately, oh, that person, it's a problem, obviously a jaywalker, let's go do early life. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And inevitably, they come back, well, it doesn't say anything here, but probably is. And if it's not, then it's a puppet. There's so many things wrong there. There's so many things wrong with that conclusion that I actually find it. Imagine how hard it is for like a neurosurgeon who has to work on your brain when you say, well, can't we just put some like lubricant in there? And they're like, how do you explain that? How do you explain that you can't do that? There's so many ways. And how do you break it down in small enough chunks, all of it, that they'll be able to follow and understand? They won't, because I've tried. I break it down in small enough chunks. And the problem is that even when you break it down into very small chunks to share, those chunks have to be able to be held simultaneously in the brain. And the reality is that if these people could hold all of those chunks simultaneously in the brain, they wouldn't need me to break it down into little pieces. And so there's no communicating. There's simply no communicating. It has been argued that if there is a 30 or greater IQ point difference, that communication breaks down to the point of almost totally being unable to communicate. And that's where we are. And we don't have a race, since we're not a people, we have this race that again, infected with anti-whiteism in democracy, who thinks if it's socio-political, it's my voice just as good as anybody else's. And they can't say, this guy has it better than we have figured it out. And so I'm going to align with that, and I'm going to work with that. They're just obviously too few who are able to do that. Everybody wants to come challenge. Everybody wants to come and misrepresent, so that we have 100 people watching, or barely that, while Styx has 15,000 watching. I did a review of Styx, Hex, and Hammer. You can watch this, and his debate with Richard Spencer. And Styx, Hex, and Hammer, nice guy, nice enough guy, is not the brightest bulb in the drawer. He has a good memory, but he's not the brightest bulb in the drawer. You know, being able to recite facts is not thinking. And you can see in that interaction the constructions, the mental constructions that he builds and brings to bear in that conversation were very humble. And I was very kind to him. He's not kind to me. So he's not talking about all of our enormous successes for white well-being. You think he covers news? You think he talks about things going on the internet and in the world? Language is changing in the world. The language is changing. He knows about this community. Not a word. Not a word. 15,000 people watching live. More power to him. That's awesome. That is awesome. He's making a living. I don't know how much this cost of living is where he is now, but I imagine all those American dollars, even as weak as they are still, you know, really good, helping him out and helping his family out. That's a good thing. More power to him. But you know, what's his agenda? And then, of course, you have the quartering, which is a like verifiable midget wit. You need only listen to him for like 90 seconds, and you'll say, "Wow, this one is thick. This one is fat, and he's thick as in fat, and also a midget wit." And he's speaking to 4,000 live, so there is just not the, you know, it's not like in computing when you in that industry you create, you invent something, you have a new process, you write new software that really works well, that will really help the end user, and the magazines will show up and we'll talk about it. The potential clients will all be talking about it and then reviewing it, and that just doesn't exist here. Instead, could you imagine if you were in the computing industry, you wrote a piece of software that you had demonstrated over many years worked really well. We'll call it test groups to make the analogy work. And it's absolutely beyond a question of a doubt demonstrated how successful it is, and that at each new level up, it does, as far as awareness, it does the same result. Could you imagine you release that and the tech magazines say nothing, and the potential users misrepresent the software and try to undermine it and try to get people to hate it, try to get people to not use it? The only kind of people that would be doing that would be the competitors. So they wouldn't have the same objective. I'm going to give a big raucous emojis and 07, and I hope you all will join me for the great Douglas, who is financially gifted for my efforts on this night, when I'm saying we're going to be putting Jason Goes Political into hiatus, into some mothballs, with the exception of what I talked about, scenarios where I talked about earlier. Financially gifting 25. Thank you so much, Jason, for your insight dollars. 25. Thank you so much for your insight dollars. Setting up this whole studio, getting all of these things ready. There were smart folks who thought that in addition to what the information you're sharing that works, that's going to bring folks in. I think that Sticks, for example, I think that he could be sitting on a milk crate in front of like a Mitsubishi that doesn't have any wheels on it from 1998, and he would have 15,000. Not to mention, has anybody looked up? Let's see about. It's on. And I'll get to more of your questions here. Abbott says, before being introduced to Going Free, I used to spend countless hours with doom documenting and jaywalker negativity, even white negativity. Even after my initial introduction, it took some time to come away from that sort of stuff. And you'll see that the more that your focus is on the love of our people, it's going to completely change your life. The more your focus is on putting an end to the victimization of our people, it's going to completely change your life. The more you treat the meme pathogens that you're infected with, it's going to completely change your life. You'll have the testimonials of the people that we have here. You'll see wonderful things. And God bless you, man, for sharing that testimonial right there. Spike says, I feel what you're saying, but I like Mark Dice's and PJW content. Yeah, Mark Dice. Yeah, we like Mark Dice. Absolutely. Mark Dice just made a segment of one of his streams that was like right out of 2 decades adjacent. It's not racism. Don't call it racism, he said. Can you believe that? Don't call it racism. It's anti-whiteism, he said. I love it. I'm very good with him. Okay, saying he means no harm and that just ability to recognize our own kind is important. Yeah, I get it. No worries, man. Appreciate it. The great fit and healthy at any age, a person who's not afraid of investing that time, as you can tell, being in such magnificent shape, says Going Free forces people to work and do something. It's hard to do that, and it is human nature to be lazy. That's right. It's so true, especially with people nowadays, isn't it? It's so much easier to just be a fan on the sidelines like you get in these other communities, to just be a fan and say, we're doing it. Like I told you all about the other day on that Salty guy, where he said, we have to keep building new platforms. Nobody in his community is building platforms. That was the greatest demonstration of this sideline celebrating of what other people are doing and taking vicarious credit for it when you're not doing anything at all. And if you are surrendering your destiny to someone else, to somehow recapture it, it's not going to happen ever. It looks like some of these totals are coming in right now for the House and the Senate. The balance of power for the House and Senate. All right, let's see if this guy is. I would imagine this guy's on. Come on. Doesn't seem to be. Charlie Kirk, of course, he's pushed by the regime but we have gotten him to use our concepts. It's funny, we've gotten Charlie Kirk to use our concepts, which put us in our story where we are the moral actors and the anti-whites are immoral. Never been done until we did it. You're welcome. So that's the great victory, to make that the societal conversation. And you have this honest person show up, but because he accepted this faceless role for this other content creator, he came in talking about how this other content creator had moved Charlie Kirk to the right. He did no such thing. Charlie Kirk's using our words that we're putting in his mouth. He's not repeating anything of what that content creator said. You know the one I'm talking about. He's 4 foot tall, likes to identify himself with Jesus Christ. They're one and the same in his mind. So you got Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk right now live with 46,000 people watching live. Wow, an ugly, disgusting comedian that leads people wrong all the time. Crowder, he's live right now with 140,000 watching live. Those weren't even the people I was trying to pull up. All right, we'll keep. Victorian Time Traveler says doom documenting also increases suicidal tendencies. God bless you for saying that. God bless you, because it is the doom documenting that causes people to kill themselves. You have this endless heaping of how bad it is. And I think we all know, and I don't know, why are people so scared to say it? Nick Fuentes, doom documenting extraordinaire, had somebody give him $100,000, and then that guy killed himself. Where did he get his information about the world and about what was going to happen in the world, that he was willing to pay that kind of money for it, that resulted in the outcome of suicide? All right, let me look here really quickly. We'll talk about this. We have over here on Entropy, the great No White Guilt Clips is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifted $15. We love you, man. That's a swashbuckler to keep an eye on. He says, all great and precious things are lonely. Thank you for all your hard work. Well, that's actually really meaningful. I would throw my arms around you, man. Thank you so much. That's very meaningful. Thank you so much. Also writing here, my friend with the multimillionaire brother finished Crucible in 2 days. Wow. That is fantastic. He told me he loved the book. Folks, I told you this was a swashbuckler to keep your eye on. I mean, this guy, he's absolutely going to swing in some sort of rope, and he's going to kick the chocolates out of your hand. He's going to kick your phone out of your hand if you're watching Louder with Crowder. And he's going to throw his arm around you, and he's going to say, I'm here to save you, friend. Down with your foolishness. And I'm taking your daughter too. And he's going to flee. He's just going to roll out. Trumpets will play. What a champion. That is really epic. Thank you for that. So the guy really loved the book, and his brother's a multimillionaire. Well, you never know. You never know what could happen. Rory Herbert is with us in the question widget. He writes, Jody K from PA is going to be on an American radio channel under the name Truth Hurts. I mentioned you on her stream this evening, and she would love to have you on. Could you get in touch with her? Have me on as a guest on Jody Kay's channel? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for mentioning me. I've been on her channel a couple times. I really appreciate it, Rory. I'll absolutely reach out to her. And big fan. I'm a big fan of Jody's. Let's see. We lost a couple of the TVs, and that's just the way it is but we'll get them back like that, I hope. All right. There they are. Let's keep an eye on what's going. So this is who won here. She concedes to Marco Rubio. So Marco Rubio won. Don't you feel good? Don't you feel good that the Hispanics have a representative and that he won? If you're thinking that he cares about you, you would not be right. So we're glad that the Hispanics have more representatives. Yay, America. Yay, America. Rubio won. Oh, loves his foam parties, loves his, Hispanic America. He's just really going to help him out. So good for him. Yay, Hispanic America. Yeah, you got folks showing up and just totally focused on another race of human beings. Pearl Lady says, we appreciate you, Jason. Thank you so much for that. I know you folks are genuinely, sometimes you're the best. I sit down and I thank the good Lord that after all of these years of pushing and being censored out of my voice being expanded inside the white sympathetic sphere, censored by friends like Jared Taylor, and being kept out, even though I made arguments that defeat the arguments that are in place. Finally get to a place where we can be on the internet gets strong enough, and I get to a place where my entire program that I've organized can be shared, and I get out there and I start advocating, and just the best folks have shown up. They're the best folks because they can submit to something that works. And that tells you a couple things. That tells you they got good character. If you adopt what works, but what else does it tell me? It tells me that you actually have the same objective that I do, that you want the victimization of Western kind to end. These other people that just continue to refuse, they obviously have a different objective. They obviously want something different. Not every single one, but the vast majority, especially these ones that are antique nationalist types. They have a very different objective. And I resent, I deeply and firmly resent that those kind of people who have a very different objective are associated with us, that are associated with concern for white people. They don't give a shit about white people. They would not accept a world where the victimization of white people, a theoretical world, where white people would stop being victimized, and I mean in every way, but where a particular group or all of these other groups have not been liquidated or shipped to another, whatever. They would not accept it. And we even had one say as much. It was a beautiful thing for him, to be honest. He said he hated the jaywalkers. He said he loves the white race, but he hates the jaywalkers just a little bit more. That's messed up. That's really sick. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Eke saying, how can you defend a people if there aren't a people? By creating one. Brother, that's what we're doing. The concepts create a people out of this deracinated race. That's how we do it. Your concepts for our victimization, your concepts, I should say, for our present, for the world that we're living in, for the context, have to do two things. They have to create a people out of the deracinated race, and they have to protect us. That's what I've done. And these other champions, some of them doing on their own, they've come here. Some of them just adopting and helping to build once here. That's what these things do. The other options were things like white flighting someplace and then cutting yourself off from the modern world and Amish style or worse, and then having your own culture. So then you build a people up after many generations. Obviously, that's not going to work. They're not going to allow, anti-whites are not going to allow white people to be happy somewhere. All right. Please, folks, remember to tag me as No White Guilt if you want to say, Jason, you're great. Say, Jason, you're great. No White Guilt. You can put the @ symbol, but if you just type No White Guilt, it should turn orange for me. And it makes it easier for me to see it. If you want to say, Jason, you're the worst, just be respectful. Don't misrepresent me. Say that and then tag me so I can have a look at it. It's so funny. Carlisle showing the pirate flag. You all should know that yesterday during Dragon Monday, and you miss these if you are not present on Dragon Mondays, which is Discordant Dragons at 6 p.m. And that's Yiz show. And then Dragon Synth Adventures at 8 p.m. These are Eastern time zone. Both marvelous shows. Don't miss them. And I dubbed myself General Swashbuckler, and we will now be able to take the swashbuckling fight to our victimizers. And Carlisle has jumped in with both feet. She's got pirate flags and she's got pirate peg legs and pirate ships and Pearl Lady pointing out astutely, and thank you for that doom documenting also creates tons of unnecessary stress, without question. Absolutely. And it creates this sentiment of surrender and hide. It's just endless. You're getting barraged all the time. And then you have these content creators and organizational leaders that'll say, well, to tell people about that, that's our advocacy, is to just give them more of that. Give them more of what destroys them. And I've watched over the years, I've told you all about this, that people are essentially end up being like comets in the solar system. They come in, they're all bright. They're all excited. The closer they get, the more excited they get. And but then they're being hit with all the doom documenting. They're being hit with, all of the doom dissecting. Here's all the data and all that kind of stuff. And then they begin to move away. And then they cycle out. And sometimes if you're a follower of Nick, you kill yourself. Or a follower of Richard Spencer, you kill yourself. I bet you that guy, Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, though not together, that'd be funny, like a cage match. I bet they're both going to be doing streams, probably live right now. Brandon says, what are your thoughts about working for recently unmasked anti-whites? Let's say the job was perfect before the Floyd event. What are your thoughts about working for unmasked anti-whites? In other words, people know that they're anti-white. Your victory is to live a glorious life for the well-being of our people. If that requires deception when it comes to anti-whites, if that requires deception, then employ deception. So if you work for an anti-white or an anti-white company, if you're not actively harming white people as part of that employment, then, and that enables you to have a good money, a good base. So money, and you need money for healthcare, automobile, house. You have to have a good base to be able to do good things for white well-being. Then by all means, stick with that. Yeah, you do not think this old antiquated idea that you have to raise some sort of a banner and let it be known to all that can know. Because there are definitely circumstances where that's only going to be detrimental. And we need all of us, especially since there are so few, to be as powerful and effective as possible. Thank you for that. Question. Swords based in red pills says, in case you didn't know, Jeff Deal lost his race for governor. That is sweet. Thanks, based in red pill. Did you hear that, Clips? Did you hear that? The politician that you swashbucklingly ruined has lost in his race for governor. That is fantastic. I'm going to tell you, Clips played a role. Let's get some pirate flag emojis for the swashbuckler himself, Clips. I have like this visage in my mind. It's like Clips is like standing in the midst of like a broken window, and he's like smiling ear to ear, and Jeff Deal is like spitting all over himself. Oh, fuck. It's totally inappropriate to ask about white people's well-being. Oh, fuck. And then Clips like gives like a wink, music plays, and then out the window, like Zorro style. It's just like, it's like it says like a C for Clips. And then he goes out the window. That's epic, man. That's totally epic. Pirate flags, swashbuckler flags for Clips. Jeff Deal has been brought low by our swashbuckler. Jeff Deal's like standing there, it's like, oh, and he looks down and there's a giant C on his chest. Cut right into it. Swashbuckler extraordinaire. Awesome, man. That's so cool. That is so epic. I love it. We're going to get up, since I'm now General Swashbuckler. I think what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to ask Maximilian von Fock to put on the magic window maybe a map, and we will organize our swashbucklers accordingly. Let me see what you all are saying. Well, I'm going to tell you also, I'm going to have a look at this, but here I'm going to raise some questions for you. These are some things that have come to mind to me about today's election, their races. I have read, and again, I'm sure it's all false, that Arizona machines are broken. Some Arizona machines are broken, voting machines, and misreading votes, according to a report. Probably false. Georgia was having problems since dawn, apparently, but check it out for yourself. That's probably not true. I haven't had an opportunity to run all of these different news items down. New Jersey has machines broken, apparently in every single precinct. And there are numerous oddities and problems, supposedly, with voting machines in Pennsylvania, including things like just running out of paper. Like, why would anybody get that ready ahead of time? Supposedly, check it out for yourself. So you already having this scenario where some questions are coming to the surface, and Maybe they're legitimate. Maybe they're illegitimate. Maybe they're brought forward by honest people, but wrong. Maybe they're brought forward by honest people, and there's something there to actually look into. A voting system that is honest, fair, clear, would address these things in a mature way. If we were in an environment where, like the very small tribes in Europe, where I understand there was some form of democracy was practiced, we would be able to come together and evaluate the claims, investigate the claims about irregularities. In a modern, our current scenario, there's no way to do that. It's difficult, even if everybody wanted to be fair about it. It's difficult. But you don't have a scenario where everybody wants to be fair. You have a scenario where, for example, for all of our lives, our parents' and grandparents' lives, you have a party win, and it's only gotten worse to a most extreme level. You'll have a party win. For example, the Republican Party wins the presidency with Donald Trump. And then the other party, rather than say, okay, they won this election, we'll get them next time. And until then, we're going to use the power that we hold to advance the agenda of our constituencies. Instead of saying that, the Democrat Party, these anti-white Democrats say, we're going to prevent the Republicans from doing anything. We are going to ruin them on every level. I mean, this is like hardcore mafia activity. Do you understand? We're going to ruin the other side at every single level that we can. We're going to undermine them. We're going to stonewall them. We're going to upset. We're going to misrepresent to the world, to the country and the world, so that when it comes time for these offices to be run for again, or in the next 2-year cycle, we'll be able to say, look at how awful they are. They don't do anything. Instead of with the complaints getting elected again, actually having done so much good for your constituency that they and others want to be a part of that. That does not take place. Democracy is a scam as a consequence. It is a mafioso shakedown. These people, you can guarantee you this, it doesn't matter how many Republicans win tonight or over the next week or 2 weeks. The Democrats, these anti-white Democrats, are going to do everything. This is what you can guarantee. The anti-white Democrats are going to do everything in their power, lying, cheating, deceiving, corrupting, using agencies of the federal government in a politicized way, fabricating evidence, investigating things that don't exist. In my opinion, all of this and more in order to destroy individual Republicans, to intimidate others, and to make such a mess and shambles of the Republican governance that the Democrats will have a chance of getting elected again come the next 2 years. That I can guarantee you. And you know it's true. Talking about the corruption. Not only that, we can also guarantee that Republicans in office are going to use every tool that they know will lose. Under every circumstance, every tool that they know will lose. I don't know what's going on with that one channel there. So we'll just do that and then this. Is that any better? That was going nuts. So we can say that for sure. And really, what does it come down to in a political sense? What does it really come down to? It is manipulation of what the voter, the electorate, what they think. And that's controlled by those who control information and the dissemination of information, which is why, on a very fundamental level, I have one of the main reasons I've gone another direction with the creation of the Go Free method. You cannot combat information with information in this context. And I make that point because you can see how a corrective for one scenario where information might be able to be combated with information is totally inappropriate, ineffective, and deleterious in another situation. You cannot combat information with information in this context. It's too important for those. It's too important for those who control this information to continue controlling it for their continued empowerment and to increase their power. So they control this information that they give to the public, and then the public bases its decisions on that information of who to vote for. So that's already a rigged game. It's already rigged. Then you have anti-whites in both parties who are for the importation of populations that, by every measure of their votes in the United States and the votes from the countries whence they came, vote overwhelmingly for anti-white policies, anti-white agenda. There are going to be some who don't, but overwhelmingly they vote for anti-white policies and anti-white agendas. Anti-whiteism in general. Republicans participate and are for it by capitulation, by silence, by the use of tools that they know will lose. Then you have, on top of that, more rigging of the game of elections by controlling the conversation on social media. People used to be able to talk to themselves, talk to their friends, talk to people around the world very easily. And now all of this is intruded upon by the anti-whites over social media, further controlling and rigging the game of elections. And on top of all of that, you have these irregularities in voting, things that may be true, may not be true. Some people come forward with lots of evidence. Whole states say that they have evidence about some sort of irregularity. Probably wouldn't change the election or this election or that election, but nonetheless should still be seriously investigated to ensure the integrity of elections so that you maintain a polity that can be patriotic and civil and obedient of the laws of the land. All of that begins to break down when you suspect that there is funny business in elections. But no, not only is it not allowed to be investigated, but if you are questioning the successes of Democrats, you can be put on a terrorist list. You can be arrested and thrown in jail. My opinion, generally speaking, you show up at certain events while questioning the results of an election, you go to jail. At the same time, you want more anti-white outcomes, you can question all the elections all you want. So this is the scam that is politics across the West. That's why I recommended that the only thing that can be done is to force these politicians that consider themselves the rebels, the MAGA ones here in the U.S., to pay lip service to the name of our race, to objecting to anti-whiteism. Because once they have to pay lip service to it, they eventually will have to show evidence of their conviction. And that is a power that we can increasingly wield at greater levels. I personally can become an agent of that if we had enough people. If we have 15,000 people like watching Styx, or 100 and some odd thousand watching Crowder, I could with all of that support, connectivity, intelligence, contributions, time, talent, and money, I could very easily be an agent that would and could undermine the politics of individuals who, like I said, selfishly want to hold position for sexcapades and money and fame and everything else, enrichment of various types. And we could change things. If you know how to get people to be interested in something that actually benefits them on a bigger scale, then I'll be all ears. But what are your thoughts, if you have any, on democracy? What are your thoughts, if any, that you have about whether or not the game is rigged or whether or not the game is legitimate, etc.? So let me see here. Hollywood Isn't History says, Jason, you are great. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Item 3, I was wondering, how do I debate people who are in the anti-white narrative on the Jay Walker question? Give me a specific example. There are so many different approaches, or so many different responses based on, like, what are you hearing the most? Is it Timon 3? What are you hearing the most when it comes to what's the argument that you hear most often? I'm not going anywhere, at least not for long. Let me make a correction here with these TVs behind me, because they seem to be not working so well. And it's definitely irritating. Maybe we can get it to work a little bit better. And all right. No, for now it's okay. How is it looking? U.S. Senate 34, 28, 36. Here's my prediction. I think it's most likely the Republicans continue to dominate the Senate, and that they also take the House. I don't think that's going out on a limb, but it is possible. And we can ask the question, that are enough seats going to be questionable that the Democrats retain more power than was predicted by a great many folks. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, let's get some raucous emojis, some 07s, please. Douglas, God bless you, man. Thank you so very much. He had financially gifted $25. He just tacked on over on Cash App. He just tacked on an extra 50 more bucks, 50 more. Let's put an end to anti-whiteism the only way that it can be defeated. Dollars. God bless you, man. He writes with those 50 bucks. He says, for you and your date, meal on me. No white guilt, good work. Well, God bless you, Douglas. That's cool. That is fantastic, man. Maybe get a pirate. Let's get some pirate flags for Doug. Douglas just swung through on a chandelier, and he just strewn in a true swashbuckling fashion. He just strewn dollars as he went, sort of Robin Hood-ish, another swashbuckler. He just strewn the dollars across and then out the other side. God bless you, man. That's Douglas over there. Swashbuckler extraordinaire. St. Thomas says, God bless, no white guilt, and all in the chat. And then I can't, what is that, Latin? In nomine Petres et, I don't know. Spiritualis Sancti, I don't know. Close, probably, I'm sure. Probably with a perfect accent for it as well. Nancy Drew, great to see you. That rhymed. Maybe I'll take Ye's place. Ivan says, when I got done reading Go Free for the first time, when I get done, I'm going to join a GFC. It's time to get to work. That's awesome, Ivan. Thank you for that, man. That is really awesome. Who is that said, bless Carlisle Cockatoo as well? Cool Papa Jack is here. Ivan says, I want to be a swashbuckler too. I want to be able to have that heroic swashbuckling victory. And we will train you up, good sir. Franklin says, anti-whites walk the plank. Absolutely. Oh, they're the pirates. Oh, and a parrot. Very cool, Franklin. Pearl Lady says, how does one go about joining a GFC group? Are these something we create ourselves fresh? Well, I'm glad you asked, because you can join ones that already exist, or you can start one on your own. You look down into the description below, and you'll see a number of contacts there for GFC leaders. If you see one that you're interested in, you can reach out directly to one of them. Or if you think you might want to start one of your own, reach out to Mr. V. His contact is there as well. And then you can talk with him about that and what exactly it all entails. God bless you, Pearl Lady. That's awesome. Now, Rory just shared some more Latin, which I know it's going to end up someplace where I'm saying something in Latin poorly that is offensive or upsetting. Art Acrobats, great to see you, brother. Says, I'm Democrat and I'm voting 1,000,000 times. Mrs. Just Horse is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. The heroes have arrived. St. Thomas, well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Good sir. Most kind indeed. Machiavellia Sucks is here. Waylon is here. He said, Rory says you've been to many vote counts in England. In general, it's fair, but the postal vote system is very dodgy. Well, and that's a great way. I mean, the reality is, I mean, you say the counting is fair for now, and they might not need to ever make it unfair or questionable, because when you control what people think by the dissemination of information, you really should not have to dabble in the corruption at the actual vote levels. But our new normal here in the United States is that you have this you have all of that I talked about a moment ago for like corrupting the system and getting outcomes that are not really what the people want or what they would want if they had the right information, and et cetera. And remember, all of this is my opinion. I'm opinionating. I don't have any evidence that this is the case, and you need to investigate it for yourself. But all of that said, you have this new normal in America where you have this, prior to the election, you have this long period, and I'm not saying this is brand new, but it's become a rather than it being an alternative for the odd situation or two. It's now become part and parcel of the actual electing of candidates to office. You have this long period of people mailing in ballots in a system, by the way, the mail system, which is totally garbage, and very easily, so many spots along the way that you can mess with that. And I'm even hearing about in Arizona that you're not even what did they make it illegal to watch the drop-off boxes where people drop votes off? I mean, why would you need to make that illegal if that's what happened? Why would you need, unless you were trying to cheat, I would think that would be fine. In fact, I would think you would want people to maybe observe the drop boxes to make sure there's no cheating. You have them from both sides. They're watching. But then make it illegal. So, I mean, that's like the thief saying, you got to wear this blindfold while I'm in your store. And make it the law here. You got to wear this blindfold while I'm in your store. So you have this long period of this early voting. And of course, the media take advantage of that. The anti-white media take advantage of that to make these claims, erroneous claims that they couldn't possibly know unless they know. But there's all this momentum for the Democrat, in other words, what they're saying when they say the Democrat, they're saying the more anti-white candidate. The candidate that is not as anti-white, but still anti-white, don't vote for them. The one that has the more anti-white, there's all this momentum for them in these early voting. So then you have that as part of the new normal of voting in America. And then when you have the day of voting, you have all of these irregularities, not everywhere, of course, but the important places. You don't need them to be everywhere. In fact, if you were going to rig it, which I'm sure nobody has done, you would want to rig as few places because that would reduce the number of places that you could be caught. So it wouldn't have to be every place. But then you have these voting irregularities. You have people calling on the day of voting into question. There was this missing, these broke down, paper ran out over here, bogus ballots spat out over there. And then after the day of voting, you have the next day, and then that week, and then the next week where they say, we found more votes. Those votes that were they actually didn't exist. There were so many votes that were cast and they were wrongly counted, 5 days later. There were all these votes for candidate X that got counted, and wouldn't you know it? That was some machine irregularity. And so all those votes are gone now. It just happens to always benefit the more anti-white candidate. So they lose votes for the less anti-white candidate, they're not anti-white enough, and then they gain votes for the more anti-white candidate. What do you know? I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It's all true. It's all true. The Democrats have never cheated on an election at any point, at any time in the history of the country. And even before the United States, Democrat Party still did not cheat in elections. I've heard from historians that the Democrat Party did not cheat on elections when Moses was leading the Israelites. But I can't confirm or deny. So you have this weeks of losing votes, finding votes where they need to be. And then they say, by the way, this is another thing too, I guess I'll mention when it comes to these bizarre or questionable things, these stories coming out of this precinct or that precinct. It seems to happen, I guess I was kind of alluding in the more important precincts. So if there is a heavy Republican precinct, they seem to lose. I'm just saying it seems this way. They seem to lose votes in the days afterward. And in a precinct that's heavily Democrat, they seem to gain them, so that at the end of the day, you end up with fewer Republican and more Democrat votes. It's funny how fate works that way. And that's what's become of our elections. And the reason why it's just gotten worse and worse is because you have anti-whites at the various levels in the establishment, and they can see the white population in the US is getting upset. The white population is beginning to look for other answers. They're beginning to question. We don't want that. We don't want the white population seeing that they are a people whose individual well-being is determined by their group's well-being. Clearly, that's what anti-whites are thinking at all levels. And so they do what they can to undermine that from coming to fruition. Interestingly enough, a lot of people in the white sympathetic sphere also do everything they can to prevent that unity of our people from coming together. They do it by attacking us, attacking me personally. All right. Is there anybody that is live streaming that you would like me, before we get out of here, to pull up and we can see what they're saying and see if it's worthy of response? I'm not going to pull up Nick Fuentes. I'm sure he's streaming. I mean, I can check, but I'm not going to pull him up because I understand that he files like suits on everyone instantly if they have anything negative to say about him. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true, but I'm not going to take that chance. Does anybody know if Salty Cracker is streaming and what his audience size is? Because it wouldn't pull up for me for whatever reason. I think he's I wouldn't imagine he would be on YouTube. I would think he would be over on, I don't know, where is he, on Rumble, so that he can threaten murder and not have the YouTube censors, the censorial crew, descend on him. Looks like everybody else, though, is all right. It does look like Nick is streaming, but I'm not going to pull that up for the reason I said. Looks like he has, at least according to his website counter, over 8,000 watching live. We'll see here. Looks to be having still some little bit of problem. Let me just see if I can remedy this one last time. Maybe that will help. Maybe it won't. It's hard to keep those. Is YouTube channel actually doing that, or is that something on my end? Or do they keep flipping from screen to screen? Maybe they are, because the results are ticking in. We can see Virginia is red. Chow or something like that was running against rabid anti-white female Wexton. Cow or something was his name. Of course, it's a non-white Asian guy married to a white woman with a bunch of Asian children, and I think he was in the Navy and just totally decorated like a third world dictator in his uniform. I'm sure that's normal. I'm sure he deserved all of it. Art Acrobat says he DS vaulted today. Alex says I must have missed one. Where did you start, brother? He says, for them to keep ignoring the incredible success this community is having is changing the world at this point is inexcusable. Oh my God, yeah. Without question. Without question. It's totally inexcusable. There are, and I appreciate all these people and what they're doing. If it's genuinely for the well-being of our people, putting an end to our victimization, and their activities comport with my morality. I love it. I love them at that point. I want more of them. I want more of that happening. It's a beautiful thing. It's a glorious thing. Well, these are state results. Anyhow, yeah, but it really is kind of an unforgivable thing to continue to ignore, because I'm not going to be around forever. I mean, I don't mean I'm going to croak tomorrow. Obviously, I'm never giving up. It's my life's mission. But at some point, I'm going to be gone, and there is a lot of years. There are a lot of years of work that has to be done. So you're not going to be able to like come to me. I was thinking about this earlier, just for like a split second. It's a strange thing that it came up. You're not going to be able to come to me and say, like, when I'm like in my 60s or something, and say, sorry, let's do it now. Let's do it now. I mean, it's just, we have a lot of work that has to be done. And my ability to contribute as you march on in years is diminished. Once you become a senior citizen, all the things you can do. So, and who knows if I'll even get there. Okay, so then Alex says, no white guilt and shows and about, so I'll start I'll do all three together. For them to keep ignoring the incredible success this community is having in changing the world at this point is inexcusable, and shows very clearly that they don't put ending the victimization of our people of their utmost concern. For Red Ice and others to not interview and highlight the incredible work of Brant Danger, for instance. Oh my God. When it came to Brant, when it came to Fernald, when it came to these other people, I was reaching out to them again and again and again and again. And yeah, it's totally, how can you claim that you are for benefiting the white race and then not interview at least like quarterly the dean of the School of the West? Why would you ignore him? I mean, isn't it by the simple fact that you're ignoring him that you are admitting that your objective is not quite what most people would think? The dean of School of the West is not getting it. You know what? I promise you, this, I can't, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to start getting fired up. But if Dean Danger, you all know this is true. Think about this for a minute. If Dean Danger, instead of building his school with love, hope, and redemption for our people, had built his school and hated jaywalkers, and every course that he gave was, and so the jaywalkers are evil at the end of it. How much you want to bet Red Ice would have him on instantly? How much do you want to bet endless numbers of groups across the white sympathetic sphere would have him? You tell me. I'm inclined to think that if Dean Danger were in every course, instead of concluding, that this is about love for our people and putting an end to the victimization of our people. Instead of concluding that, if at the conclusion of every lesson was, and this is why the jaywalkers are so evil and they hold all the positions of power, and we have to talk about this incessantly, and even though the only remedy is to violently remove them from power, that's what we're going to do with my School of the West. What do you all think? Can you name some shows that Dean Danger would instantly be invited to if that were his position? We have to, this is actually, excuse me, this is actually a scenario where the corrective is to talk about it. This is a question that in the white sympathetic sphere, we need to be asking. And if people aren't asking it, you need to ask why they're not asking it. Why is it that the group that's having the most success, far and away, for white well-being is not a regular topic? Why is that the case? That's something we should be talking about. Without question. Helios says, buried treasure on Odyssey. Arr. Oh, that's awesome. That is cool. So a fellow swashbuckler. I definitely need to get my hat from the Renaissance Festival. It's beautiful. When I used to dress up as like a lord, and I had this beautiful vest. My muscles kind of came out of it. I had this white, like, riffly shirt. It was epic. Beautiful vest. I had this white shirt that was like riffled and sleeves. And I had this hat, and I had beautiful feathers that came out. And I wore these maroon tights, these boots that came up to my knees. And I did not wear a codpiece. Wow. I feel like I need to have that hat on because a fellow swashbuckler has shown up on a digital island somewhere off to my left, your right. And I have to go look to see what the treasure is that he's left. That's awesome, brother. Thank you. Eternalism, Daily Wire could be good. You mean for me looking at right now to see what they're saying? Hollywood Isn't History also says Daily Wire is streaming on YouTube. All right. Let me see if I can pull that up in just a minute. If I missed one of your comments, please tag me and paste it again. Rory Herbert says, I'll be on PA Talk tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, if anyone is interested. Check him out. That's our very own Rory Herbert. Has now become a commenter, and we'll see. Rory is with us all the time. We'll see. Put Rory on the spot. How much is he going to talk about white well-being? Franklin says, Jason Goes Political streams are for getting fired up, though. Yeah, well, I got the crates out, and I got like that straw and the mothballs ready. Belinda says, you forgot we got senior citizens running the country. At 60, you would be a spring chicken. That's so true. But what I'm saying is that the length of this contest is going to take, the totality of the rest of my life without question, and more as we continue to capture more and more bits of our destiny. And so the white sympathetic sphere, the longer it waits, the less I'm going to be able to contribute, for whatever that's worth. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure if I make it to my 60s, You never know with these anti-whites. Hey, Natarific is with us, I think. Great to see you, brother. I saw the screen flash and it looked like Natarific was here. Duke of Bedford says, I can imagine you dressing as a lord. You would be welcome on my estate in Bedfordshire. Oh, that's epic. I will happily show up in my oh, there Natarific is here. Great to see you, brother. In my lordly attire. It's awesome. I must say. I'll show a picture one of these days. Maybe we'll use a blurry spot for my crotch. But the rest of it is quite awesome. All right, let me look over here then and see what my fellow swashbuckler Helios has dropped off. Let's see what it is. How are things happening? I mean, what's happening in the race? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to share it? All right, over here on Odyssey. All right. Let's see. What's this? This much must be our good brother Helios, or someone he knows. I see there's a Doug with us. Great to see you. Don't be afraid to speak up, folks. This might be the last, if you're just watching, don't be afraid to say hello. This might be the last Jason Goes Political for, maybe as long as a year and a half. Again, if something very bizarre political happens or begins happening, then I'll break the crate open and drag it out of mothballs. But the real Vincent, hello. And folks, if you want to share the stream, over the course of the stream, I had the action item up. If you want to share, there are lots of platforms that you could say hello, one time, if that was what you'd like to do. If that's your circle of influence, and maybe you're a Crowder fan and that's a circle of your influence, and you show up there and say, hey, somebody who's really changed my life and is whatever other compliments you think would bring people over to the work we're doing, then you could do that. And I would appreciate it. Humongous over there, humongous swashbuckler, says, with a $10 financial gift on Odyssey, God bless you, says, no white guilt, and empowered people who love themselves and each other would have little use for doom documenting. White sympathetic creators may care about white people, but they care about money more. That's why they stonewall, and they know it. And that's why they stonewall what works. Absolutely. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. Humongous swashbuckler. And we have, again, another $5 from Humongous over there on Odyssey. Says, thanks to No White Guilt, Helios Abbott says going free has changed his life. He flies a pirate flag over his house. He knew you were a pirate all along. Oh, well, the secret is out. I am from the long line of pirates, so successful and secretive that no one dares say our family name until I came along. We are. We like hit, win, and move. Hit, win, and move. That's what we are. We are the modern pirate. Thank you so much, Helios Abbott, a champion. Let's get some pirate flags for Helios Abbott. Humongous. All right. Hamilton says, need Jason to run for president. How many of you, show of hands or words in the live chat, think that if and when I run for office, that the white sympathetic sphere is going to be hush on that campaign? How many of you think that Jason Köhne running for office, state level, whatever it might be, and the white sympathetic sphere is just going to act like it's not even happening? Anybody want to place bets? All right, we're going to be wrapping up here soon. Thank you all for the pirate flags. Let me see really quickly. What platform did we say? I think it was Daily Wire. Let's go ahead. Do this. Go out and vote. Go out and vote. So you can feel like the process is legitimate. Daily Wire. Oh, it's Candace Owens. Wow, look at the financial gifts that they have right at the very top. $400, $300, $50. All right, let's see about that. We'll pull that up and maybe just listen to a couple minutes, and I can make fun of them. We can have fun here at the end. Take a look at the final things that you all are saying. All right. Can we see that? Oh boy. Ben Shapiro. Why is he even a citizen of this country? Let's see if we can get sound on that.
Gas prices.
I mean, I think either one of them would win, especially if they're running against Biden. But I like DeSantis' chances a little bit more.
I think that the chances right now of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton being president are almost equal. Like,
these are the people who are financed to be in your face as your advocates. I mean, can you imagine a radical Zionist, Ben Shapiro, being the voice for American whites? This guy, he doesn't care about, he didn't care about the white American family. Are you joking? You're joking? Naterific says, check Cash App. All right, I'll do that, brother. Archangel says, I won't ever bet against No White, because you know I'm going to end up being right again. Thank you, brother, for saying that. Oh, Naterific had skulls and crossbones for the swashbuckling. Yeah, maybe, you know, the way I could get the white sympathetic sphere to speak about me running for office would be if I actually wore like Zorro's costume, which might be a way to get everybody to talk about me. Maybe that's what it would take. I would just go up and with the flick of the wrist and the sword, WWB across the chest of everybody. The advocacy has to be fun. Did anybody come up with any thoughts on whether or not the white sympathetic sphere would mention me running for office? Per lady asking if I'm interested in particular in any of the races. I don't know, just generally to see, I think the governor in Pennsylvania, whether the Democrats will steal that. I mean, win that. Some I would rather in Arizona, would rather the Republican not win, given that she's anti-white. Faith says, may you live as long as Moses. As long as I'm healthy. As long as I'm healthy, as long as I'm still rocking it horizontal, that'd be fine with me. I think I have to visit now Bedfordshire with the Duke of Bedford. It just sounds too cool, doesn't it? All right. I'm going to check Cash App and listen to some more of these winners. Oh, you know what I need to do, though? Do that. I don't know if that will make it any harder on them to condemn me or not for showing some of their show. Hamilton says you would be attacked or ignored. Ah, yes. Great point, actually, in the white sympathetic sphere. He's right. If I wouldn't be getting ignored by them, then they would just attack. It would be attack. All right. Head on over to Cash App right now. And we have Melody. Furniture, and that's always a nice name. And Melody. It's like the melody of the song. Nobody ever says like the melody is bad of a song, right? It's always if it's good. Right? So Melody financially gifting $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That brings out 07s, Raucous emojis, or some pirate gear for the swashbuckling, fabulous, virtuosic purpose of it. Melody, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. $20. Thank you so very much. And there is one of our great swashbucklers himself, the great Naderific, $25 financial gift. Pirate ships, skull and crossbones, pirate flag, raucous emojis, 07s, swords, crossing swords, whatever it is. I don't know what kind of emojis they might all have. $25 from this champion who's already busy all the time in service to white well-being. And he says, tomorrow is my son's birthday. He's the Go Free baby. Happy birthday, young man. Nate, cut this out to show him once he gets old enough that we are so happy about this son of the West. He is the Go Free baby. Folks, if you didn't know that Naderific and his wife are so marvelous, they are so wonderful in service to white well-being. So they care about our people so deeply that when she went into labor, they had the Go Free stream that was taking place on their phone. They kept it playing. They weren't going to miss the Go Free. They wanted the energy of Prometheus himself to be present in the room when this grand son of the West came into the world. And by God, in the labor and delivery room, they had the Going Free stream on Sunday playing. When that little boy, I think it was a Roland Go Free, it was playing in the labor and delivery room. And the things that I was saying was making the missus and Nate laugh. That's epic. Thank you so much, brother. Beautiful baby boy, son of the West. And that's how great his parents are. You know that's going to end up being a grand man of the West. And I'm sure an epic swashbuckler. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. And a big congratulations to you and the missus. Here's another super champion, swashbuckler, the great Slots. You all know him well. $1 financial gift. Bless you. Did you get the $3 super chat on entropy? Well, I'll check it out right now. Thank you for that. Just to finish up here, I'll check it out. And then we have, wow, run the pirate flag up the pole for Amalahar. We're on the high seas. We coax them in, and then the flag goes up. $40 financial gift to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. 40 lits swashbuckling this mother all that we can. $40, and he says, White Wellbeing, hail. Yeah, just remember, we might need a graphic. No, I guess it would be like a GIF, where it's like it's a swashbuckler, maybe like a Zorro character, and he does the whoosh, and then when he pulls away, it's WWB. That would be cool. $40. Thank you, man. That's really kind. Amalahar, the great Amalahar. There it is. Thank you all for breaking out your pirate gear, 07s and raucous emojis. Oh, we have bow and arrow. Yes, Ivan, yes. Epic fun. All right. Let's see what's over here on entropy. And then we're going to take a look at this. All right. We have some financial gifts over here on entropy. The Great Slots is here, as he alluded a moment ago, and with $3 US. Thank you, good brother. He says, the motivation for going free was knowing the harm caused to me, my family, when I was vulnerable. And then realizing these sick anti-whites going without reprimand would do worse to our children. That's in love. That is the man you want by your shoulder. That's the man you want standing beside you, because he's not going to run. He's motivated in love. The motivation for going free, why he did this testimonial, the motivation for going free was knowing the harm caused to me, my family, when I was vulnerable. And then realizing these sick anti-whites going without reprimand would do worse to our children. It is love that keeps a man standing by your side in the midst of combat. It's not hatred of the other side. I don't know. That is something that needs to be just pounded into the heads of our people. It is love for what you care about in the world and protecting that will keep a man in harm's way all the way to the end. It is not hate. When the Spartans, I talked about the Spartans earlier, when they marched off to stand 300 against scores and scores and scores of thousands from Persia, they didn't hate the Persians. They didn't call themselves by the names the Persians called them. They loved Sparta. They loved their people. That's what kept them there. End of conversation. God bless you for that, Slots. A real champ. Wow. Mrs. Jess Horst. Mrs. Jess Horst. We're going to start something new here. It seems now with all these wonderful women of the West, we are demonstrating that even women can be swashbucklers. Mrs. Jess Horst financially gifting 50 swashbuckling dollars. And she says, hail, folks, Promethean greetings. Well, deep Promethean greetings to you too, good sister. I guess in a way, it's like when us guys swashbuckling swing in on the scene, and we're picking out, which woman do we throw over our shoulder and swing on out of here with? Then we got to pick these good ones that are like, they're gonna mind your six while you're being a hero, and thereby be heroes in their own right. Mrs. Jess Horst, $50. Thank you so much. Ivan with the crossing swords, very cool. Cool Papa J Magic with smiley face with his shades on. I wear my sunglasses. Is that how the song goes? Sunglasses at night? All right. We also have over here on Entropy, Montana Kid. Great to see you, good brother. $5 financial gift, 5 swashbuckling dollars. Keep up the great work. We will indeed. It will be here less often on Jason Goes Political, but we still have Going Free, and we still have the roll-ins that we do, roll-in Going Frees. So thank you so much. Western Inoculator with $3. Hello to you, good brother. He says, oh, that's right. This is Sound Killer. He says, formerly known as Sound Killer. What is your response to people that say voting doesn't matter? Voting doesn't matter. That's a great question. And thank you for that. And the $3 financial gift. The question of whether or not Carlisle has just messaged me saying that she loved my quote from earlier where I said, there is no nirvana at the end of hatred. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, it's actually very true. Thank you so much. Western Inoculator. Now we got to remember, Western Inoculator was formerly known as Sound Killer. So the epic champ. So that history should continue with the new name Western Inoculator, which is an epic name. That's very cool. All right. Voting doesn't matter. Now this is one of those, this is why we're the advanced class, because we can see that different statements can have different values in different scenarios. So on a 80,000 foot sort of view, does voting really matter? If you're looking at this from a meta point of view, at this point, does it really matter? Is your voice being counted? And for the reasons why I articulated a little earlier, and how the opposition controls the vote on a meta level and on an abstract level, it absolutely does not anymore matter. However, since in America, for example, and this takes place, it's true for all of the West, since you have parties that are more anti-white and parties that are less anti-white, still anti-white, there will be specific scenarios where a vote against the more anti-white party or politician, irrespective of parties, in the US, it's more often going to be the Democrat, but irrespective of parties, may result in that politician losing and provide us with opportunities and challenges that are different from the opportunities and challenges that we are gifted with and face if the other candidate were to win, with the added benefit that it may, depending upon the specific scenario, give us a little bit more time to work, not reprieve. That's the big difference between us, and this is why I say to view voting as a bowel movement. It sort of encapsulates it. The same way you encapsulate it when you put in those colon boxes and you mail it away so that a laboratory can look at that nasty stuff. In some scenarios, it behooves you to vote against the more anti-white so that we have more time to work. Whereas in general politicking, people vote in order to do nothing. They vote in order to keep their standard of living for a little longer and to have this they end up with a false sense of security. That's very often what Republicans provide. which is why, pardon me, in some scenarios, like say if the Jeff Deal campaign was going to be very close and we put him on the spot and he would not say anything positive about the white race, he would not stand up against anti-whiteism. In that case, it would behoove us, if we focused on him, to force him to lose, to vote for the opposition and to tell his white electorate that, hey, this guy doesn't care about the white race. This guy will care about everybody else. He's going to do for everybody else. And he's going to allow you to continue to be victimized. So that enough people in that electorate, whites, decide not to vote. And then Jeff loses the razor thin victory that he would have had. It is more important for us to get politicians to use our lexicon to our people's benefit than it is to have them in office. So voting is a tool that we can have in our arsenal of tools to be used sometimes and discarded other times, to vote for candidates that are less anti-white or to vote for candidates, in the case I just articulated, that are more anti-white. Now remember, it's not going to do you any good to vote for a candidate that's more anti-white if we are not going to be making the splash in that state, in those precincts, what have you, to demonstrate that we have power over whether or not a person ends up in office. So even though you got all this money out there, you're still only a razor thin victory. We can then be the sort of nail, if you will, on the highway. You either do what we want you to do, or the tire blows and you don't make it to the end of the race. So it can be a tool. So the question then you see, does voting matter? Depends. And the real problem with the question that somebody might have for you about does voting matter is that hidden premise. Do you vote for a politician, the unspoken hidden premise over here that begins the conversation is that you vote for the politician that is less anti-white? Not all the time. Sometimes casting a vote is a total waste of your time. Other times you're going to vote for, as I articulated, the candidate that is more anti-white. So it's complex, but in the advanced placement, we're able to turn on a dime. You know, the thing that's distressing, one of the things that's distressing, is that the white race seems to have so much problem with this. But non-white races, they get it. And the reason why is because they're doing less of their own generaling. Every one of them is not a general. Every one of them is not a chief. You know, they're willing to take the advice and instruction, not blindly, but some of them are blindly, but of the higher ups. Part of that is because of a greater instinctual and to some degree, especially when it comes to blacks in America, this artificial creation of peoplehood, in my opinion. Some of it is because of that. They just stick with their group, for what's best for their group will be best for them. Part of it also is because these decisions are coming down from on high. This is Moses with the tablets. You don't question that. So you don't see, like in the black community, for example, somebody having to win over the opinion of the largest number of black people in order for that view to then end up being the one that is held for happily or not so happily by each individual of that group. So that's a great question, and it's a great question for the advanced placement, because I can tell you all about it, and you all can understand that. You can just figure it out as I'm talking about it. But so many places they would not get it. I've had a couple times, kind of funny, where I was explaining. I remember one time just coming to mind right now. I was on a deck, and was I in Virginia? I might have been in Virginia. Deck on the back of a house. And I was talking to these, I don't know, more than a handful of guys. And it was a meetup. I was explaining something complex. And one of the guys said, he might have just said, like, F this, but the whole words is like this. Let's just X, Y, or Z. And it was like, what he recommended was the most like lowbrow thing that you could possibly recommend. And the majority of the guys there who had been like, they were like listening, but I just being polite, they were like, yeah, let's just do that really dumb thing. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So if it were just left to the vote, you're always going to end up with the lowest common denominator. And that's why you have in the white sympathetic sphere, the whole of the sphere is in a wag the dog scenario, because you have like the dumbest, like the lowest common denominator who show up, and it's like the name them thing. It doesn't matter how many arguments you make. It doesn't matter. You can destroy a billionaire in 2 weeks and reduce his wealth to $400 some odd million net wealth. And it's going to get worse and worse. And they're still like, this is the way to go. This is the way. Well, everybody does it gets destroyed, and it doesn't help our people at all. They look at you like you're a crazy shit when you say that, and that you're genocidal. And then you got them thinking about the suffering of this other group of people. Well, we need more people to say it and more people to be impoverished, because once we all live in cardboard, then we will be victorious. Really? You know, at some point, there's a truth here. There's a truth here. And I'm not even going to say where it comes from, because these people, they would love to talk about this individual, but they're never. Truth is a maiden. She's a virginal maiden. And she does not have power because she's truth. She's just a beautiful virginal maiden. And she walks down the street when she can finally be articulated and finally sort of invoked, finally sort of summoned by the magic of the minds of the thinkers. She can be like summoned out of the ether, and she then walks down the street with not a shred of power. She needs people who can't understand, lots of people who cannot fully understand how she works, how she exists, to ring her with their backs to her and their fists to the world. That is the only way she survives. That is really what we need in the white sympathetic sphere when it comes to the Go Free method. I mean, we'd have to do it in love, like this guy who is trying to talk people out of where they had been convinced by me about Ye's law and the consequences and how it doesn't help. These people are out there. I went to him, and I earlier in the stream, I was talking about this, and I said, I care about you. That's why I'm telling you to stop this. And where they won't, where we offer that hand and they won't, then we need to be with our backs to this virginal female of truth and our fists to people like that. You just cannot allow thugs, just lowbrow. I mean, they're not meant. They can do a lot of things. They could be smart other ways, but you cannot allow these like unibrow thugs to determine what our course of action is going to be, because they are not equipped to combat the intelligence of our victimizers. They are simply not equipped to do it. They are equipped physically. They are equipped emotionally to get out into the world and to take the tools that work. But when they're trying to dictate the strategy, they need to be silenced. I mean, it's the bottom line. If you can't make an argument, and anti-whites within our midst, you go ahead and run with that. Thugs within our midst, you go ahead and run with that. When you are confronted with a series of arguments, as I did with the name them strategy, and you don't speak to a single one, instead, you just restate your position and then claim that Jason's a homosexual, or Jason's a Fed, or Jason's a jaywalker, or these sorts of things. The one guy who's like dedicated his life on entropy was saying to people and actually telling people, we need to spread the truth about Jason. Everybody who reads what I write here needs to spread the truth. That he just said, this is really what this guy wrote. He just said that jaywalkers should be in charge of us forever. Of course, I never said anything like that. But this is the mindset. Somebody like that, who's not going to make an argument, should not be allowed to dictate our strategy. That's all there is to it. All right. JK160. Great to see you, good brother. Financially gifting 10 swashbuckling dollars. Says, honestly, this election is boring as hell. These elections are, after the presidency, 2 years out, these midterms, they're usually pretty damn lame. He says, the election is boring as hell. I doubt these cowards will begin mass deportations if they take back Congress. Oh, they're not. They're 100% not. They are 100% going to use the tools that lose. Hopefully they can do something about the inflation, though. Now that they will address. They will address inflation. They will address this shutdown of energy in the United States. They will address those things. And the reason why is because they have investors that are anti-white, and they probably all are anti-white, but they have investors who are losing money in their businesses as a consequence of things like inflation and fuel shortages, and everything goes up in cost, and that harms the bottom line. So they absolutely will address those things. And then the Republicans will come forward, these rhino Republicans or placeholder Republicans, they'll come forward and they'll say, great victories. Now, we did lose a couple of spots here, like the border stays wide open, or they keep pouring in, or now instead of, we're just going to call them legal instead of illegal, we'll make sure they get the proper paperwork. But you know what? Those dastardly Democrats, they did it to us again. That's why you need to vote for me again. That's what we'll be hearing. That's why I was articulating the one thing we can do, make them oppose anti-whiteism. Bless you, good sir. The Great Sloth's back again with another $3. This is like coins, swashbucklers flipping into the air into the treasure chest. Non-whites will see themselves as superior to whites when they follow those above them. Non-whites still see themselves as superior to whites when they follow those above them. No insecurity. White negatives don't even act on their own ideology. This is why you see Slots as our in-house philosopher. And God bless you. Very well written. Thank you for that. That's the great Slots. And those are all the financial gifts on entropy, but we do have some in the question widget. And how long have we been going? We're going to get out of here soon. Yeah, it's 3 hours. We have, see, we did Rory. We did Clips. Eddie 3. Something I've noticed is that politicians of various mixed or non-white races use their white appearance to get away with anti-whiteism. Absolutely. Think about Tulsi Gabbard. Think about Carrie Lake. Is there a way to confront it without being rude? Yes. Just like I did. Just like the great Clips did. Just like Caleb and Franklin. Press them on anti-whiteism. Everyone knows it's totally inescapable. Everything, no matter how much you want to say, communism, Marxism, liberalism, feminism, all of these things, And if you want to, with the person you're talking with, just start off, just say anti-white feminism. It's redundant. Anti-white communism, it's redundant. But if they need to hear that at first to participate in the conversation, you could say it. You always trim it back when you get the chance. But you press them on anti-whiteism because every single thing in the West, every single thing is being destroyed with the pretext white people. White people invented, white people adopted, white people use, white people enjoy, white people, a history of white people, these are all, they never say, folks, I'm going to drive this home. I'm going to drive this home. Never do the anti-whites, Democrats or Republicans, whatever they want to call themselves in your country or elsewhere, they never say, we need to white erase this thing here. We need to change those laws there because of American Indians, those bastards. Do they ever say that? Do they ever? You could take this to every college professor. You could take this to every high school teacher. You could take this to every in-law. They never use the pretext that some other race is awful and therefore XYZ. Therefore, we have to eradicate, white erase this other aspect of Western civilization. The norms of Western civilization. We have to white erase them. Not because they don't say we got to erase these norms of Western civilization. Like, I don't know, maybe it's men using female bathrooms. We got to get away from that norm because black people. They don't do that. No, it's white people, the evil of white people. So everybody knows that everything in the West is destroyed with the excuse of white people. So when you talk about anti-whiteism, it's inescapable. That is the ideology. And you can break it down for them the way I was breaking it down for Suzanne Fox. Several times in the conversation, I said, okay, you don't believe these things are this thing, but in an imaginary scenario, in a hypothetical, if something is expressly anti-white, will you call it that? And if you won't, why not? If something is expressly anti-Jewish, you'll call it anti-Semitism. If something is expressly anti-black or Hispanic, you'll call it racism. Why won't you call something, or you'll call it anti-Hispanic or anti-black? Why won't you call things? Is it because you are anti-white? Now with Suzanne, I was trying to persuade her. But if you are with somebody where you're trying to get some good footage, or like as these activities that we were talking about, these different projects, if it's that footage, or if it is an audience of that group, or maybe even just that individual, you can really put them on the spot and say, why are you anti-white? Because it's anti-white. And then watch them backpedal, watch them get to various degrees apologetic, watch them defend themselves, watch yourself win. People have always thought, like Jared Taylor forever, and I had some back and forth with him. We've got the truth on our side, and that's all we need, and we'll win because, and I said, no, you need constructions, you need constructs that corner people, because they'll just say, what do they say in the anti-white narrative? And for as smart as Jared Taylor is, you have your truth, I have mine. And it even gets worse than that. In the anti-white narrative, your truth, which might be actual objective truth, is a lie that the evil character, the villain in this story, always says. Great question. The great Mestizo Carf is with us. He says, Gavin Newsom knows that Democrats really screwed the pooch on everything. Voters are pissed. He says, also, I'm currently enjoying a piece of pecan pie, which, of course, as you know, is one of the great pies of swashbuckling. Great to see you, brother, and thank you for that. All right. Nobody over there. Didn't miss anybody here. We can have a look at what these fools are saying. Oh, my God, there's that. Let's hear what this guy's whining about.
I mean, that's the law. the law, but that's true. But what I'm saying is that
Yeah,
a
it's
lot of these
insane.
states just have crap voting procedures, and
Crap voting
that
procedure.
just didn't get fixed.
It
from
didn't get
2020.
fixed.
And
My
in some
balls
states, like
are
Arizona,
tiny.
There's no excuse for it because
My balls
Republicans
haven't
were
dropped from my
well,
body
actually, Katie
yet.
Hobbs is running place in Arizona.
No, my
right?
balls are
Katie
still
Hobbs
inside
is
my
Secretary of
body.
State, who also has the final say in that.
Right.
A lot of
that's what
coincidences.
My
we're
wife
saying
is very
Arizona.
curious about
and
it.
in Nevada, it's the Democrats who are running the thing.
Crowder says,
In
and I don't
places
even
like
have any
Pennsylvania and
balls.
Georgia, there really is no excuse for not fixing the voting procedures at this point because this is third. It really is third world crap.
But isn't the problem?
It's not even third world crap. You dip your finger in the purple ink. You put your finger on the person you want. That's how they do it in the third world. And then somebody counts the purple
this is the
dots.
profound
You can do it all in a day.
conversation
Yeah.
But
for the
we're worse
defense
than the third world.
of
Isn't the problem
America,
not
the
the
American
counting of
patriot,
the early
American
votes? I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but isn't the
citizen
problem the early
contributor
votes?
to
I
this
mean, you
society.
shouldn't be voting for 2 months.
I thought you
for
were
an
saying
election.
the problem, the switching.
Yeah, and all the
As a
and all the
joke.
fraud that takes place. But that's
As a joke. Of course, we're joking.
We're joking. But isn't we shouldn't have 2 months of voting, right? I mean,
We
that's
should
a
not
big
have 2
problem.
months.
And
Absolutely.
Republicans need to come out
Is
against it.
is Crowder wearing guns? What a prop. What a prop for that guy. It's if those are guns, it's as legitimate as him being in a dress. It's just another prop, which he liked a little too much.
Time to go vote. 2 years to figure that out.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you can't do it.
Okay, I have another question also, actually, and this one is about the state Republican parties. This is
He's
a
like, I
real
can
question.
distribute lots
Why
of money.
is it
So
that the best state in the
all
country,
the
Florida,
biggest
they could
personalities will
rack
work
up
for
voter
me.
registrations for the Republican Party to the point where they were actually out registering the Democrats by this election cycle.
Oh,
And
boy.
in Arizona and in Georgia and in Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
apparently everybody just went to sleep for 2 years
This
instead
is-
of actually registering voters. What the hell
This
are you
is
doing?
huge.
What
This
is
is-
your what do you do for a
This is why Zeldin can't win in New York,
Yeah.
because they have no organization. Every single Republican who wins.
That fake fireplace in the background is very expensive. For real.
Machine.
Builds the machine.
Well, I think in Arizona, there's a little, obviously you can't underestimate the idea of, Hobbs being Secretary of State, who was planning all along to run for governor. And I do think that Carrie Lake kind of emerged because there weren't a ton of strong people in Arizona. Once she emerged very,
now
very
we got-
strongly. And you look
now
at
we
that
got this
gap that was made
anti-white.
up as quickly as it was. Here's my
Carrie
point
Lake.
with Carrie Lake and Hobbs. All right. You're Hobbs. Okay. You're ahead. Now the gap has tightened. Now you're losing. You're not showing up for media. You're not hitting the ground. So we can talk about Republicans not being very active, but think about this for a second. You're not really hitting the ground running, not a super effective grassroots campaign. And then you don't even show up for a debate when at that point, at best, it was a statistical heat.
It's been
And
long
worse,
here.
She was
but
already, it's like she didn't want to win, but hey, why does that matter when the
Maybe
voting
she
machines go
knew
down?
she might
during
get
peak
lucky
hour?
and have 20% of the
oh my
machines
God, I
just
thought that
magically
was Ben
go-
talking.
Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe
Holy
she had a
shit.
dream and then suddenly she got
Didn't that just sound like Ben talking? Ben should be, she probably has bigger balls than Ben.
No,
You
you're
guys
see,
tell-
Candace Owens doesn't give a shit about YouTube. That's what I think about you.
This is why Candace Owens will never talk to yours truly, because she gets to get paid by these folks.
Yes, I'll have Candace go up with Dave at the Ryman.
We'll do it.
Yes. Except we should warn you, Dave's crowd is a little bit white supremacy.
Yeah. It's fine. It's
Who?
We're from Southern California. It's white supremacist adjacent.
Right. Yes.
That's funny. So isn't that guy Jewish right there, or am I wrong? So they're saying he gets the white people that are what he refers to as white supremacist adjacent. Man, we're in hell. We are in hell. So the white people, what Crowder would refer to as a white supremacist is a white person that just mildly wants some fairness for white people. And that's all going to the Jewish guy? Unless you correct me, unless he's not.
I loved it.
That was a wonderful time for everybody.
Crowder
That was
participating in
Christmas
that.
episode, was it not? It was.
You know where he got the
in
idea
celebration
for
of
wearing
our
the dress is that's what his handlers had him wear the dress plenty of times.
Your chair's back from Ben about 6 inches. He's going to spontaneous.
6 inches. That's how long the handler is. I had to work on him.
No, what happened is they put the cloth over my face. Remember, it was Tim Kennedy.
Wow, this is totally ending up being the exact scene of him getting reared by his handler.
I was like, it just makes it worse.
Oh, it made it worse. They put the cloth over his face.
Muhammad missed.
enjoy waterboarding.
It was one of the great days. And I was so excited to see Stephen suffer.
So is that guy Jewish?
And he took it like such a man.
Yeah.
But I hate to say anything kind about him. He
Can you believe the whole Con Inc? That's what this is right here. Nate is saying, aren't they all Jewish? Everybody but what, Crowder, and not sure about Crowder and Candace Owens.
And his brand.
That's the great defense of the white American. Wow.
One that I said, I think an upset could be Oregon. I think Tampax Kotek
He's like, we were learning about his casting couch. What's he going to talk about now? His casting couch experience.
are kind of the ones that. Oh, and I think that
He said, I have an idea for a skit, and I already have the dress.
Democrat there. But what do you guys have as far as long shots or sort of what you would call predictions that maybe are off the beaten path?
I was a little bit more optimistic, I'll admit, like 2 hours ago. And I think that as the night wears on and as I have to spend more time with you, I become more pessimistic about the state of the world. And so some of
look at how
upset predictions,
expensive
Coco,
his clothes
I actually
are.
thought had a chance of losing that race. I doubt at this point.
This is actually sickening. I'm feeling like sick to my stomach. These people don't give a shit about the white race. Not one iota.
Georgia, Walker, and Warnock.
This is why we have to
runoff.
force the conversation
that may be
about
the most plausible
anti-whiteism, folks.
Well, it's a
possibility
good thing that
right
he's a pro ball player. He can run that shit.
Well, I mean, the good news is we can always come up with some extra children who may be of age at this point, and maybe they can finally tip.
Yeah,
this
he
thing
can get
over
away with
off
saying that.
victory category for
He can get away with
Republicans.
saying that about a black guy.
The joke was right there. I had to take it. Guys. When you open
He
it,
was talking
you have
about
to go
demon
for it.
babies.
You run to daylight. Run to daylight, guys. That's. But
We've had an ongoing joke about.
All right, let
about
me see what
Herschel
you all are
Walker's
saying really
campaign
quick.
against demons.
This is Con Inc. there. It may be almost 100% Jewish with a black woman. Let's see what you all are saying. Okay, so Montana Kid said, yeah, that one guy is Jewish. Klomp is here.
I drown every last damn demon baby that I saw, and I'm gonna drown every last damn demon baby that I come across. Whether it's a runoff, walk off, demon baby off.
See, the thing here is when I look at this kind of thing, Shapiro has a bunch of financial supporters that come to his aid who are members of his people. And so I don't hate him for that. I am not happy with my people that they can't do that. But I mean, you can see, look at the power that is engendered by having a people. They come together and they're like, where's my checkbook? How many zeros do you want me to write? Look at how the power is engendered by that. And then you want to sit back and complain that they're doing that? Of course, they have a people.
New Hampshire. We're going to take Pennsylvania. We're going to take Arizona. We're going to take Georgia. We're going to take Nevada. Maybe we'll take Washington State. Like I think that.
And then we're going to all make it a vassal of Israel. It will all be a vassal of Israel, the entire United States. We're going to keep it that way for eternity. We're never going to do it because that's the right thing to do. You want to be moral and you want to be a servant of Israel. That's what we do.
Because he just can't get anything through. But with that said,
you can't get anything through Crowder's ass?
It's late at night. We're hanging out with you. It's a dark time for all of us.
He is not
he's
not a funny guy.
One of the things that just occurs to me is that candidate
Except when he
quality
takes his
actually
pants
matters
off.
just a little bit. And there's been my message.
His wife, that's when she thinks he's most comical.
Ben, when was the crossover moment that Ben got a stylist? Because I don't know when it happened. But it was a night and day difference.
Slappy's revenge.
I guess they were talking about politics maybe earlier.
Shirts like Gerald here, and then all of a sudden,
whoa! Don't throw me in here.
Oh, come on! And then all of a sudden, you started looking like you were, a Xenia ad, a Hugo Boss, whatever. I was going to say Hugo Boss, but then I realized
This is 100% true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you're right. It was shortly after I wasn't killed at the end of American History Act.
Yeah, you just said he wasn't killed at the end of American History Act. You know what? He's got an extremely expensive shirt and jacket on, but he's wearing the shoes of a 12-year-old boy.
Off the beard because Kanye thought he was a Jewish werewolf. By God.
Oh, Ye's Law.
Fool, Dan.
Where is he? Wow. Rolling hard on. See, I guess naming them
Oh,
works.
man. This is why we can't have nice things
Naming them
like
works.
friendships or a company.
Well, look, guys, I think, hey, Andrew, you don't ever, Andrew, you never call me anymore. Andrew, you
I
never call
know.
me anymore,
You
bro.
never talk
This
to
one's
me.
for Candace.
Oh, look,
You
he's
used to call me all the time.
he's
so
trying
please
to
get
rub
me a job.
elbows
Now I
here so
never
he
hear
can
from you.
continue.
Well, yeah. Once I
bent
realized he
over.
had no power.
He can continue bent over that couch in his office there for these guys. You never call me anymore. You never call me. Just come over. I'll bend right over. I'll say whatever you want me to say.
Look, guys, I think there's a lot to, do you think we'll have any final question? Do you think we'll have any concrete results here tonight? Do you think we'll actually be able to make some calls? I know the media doesn't want us to be able
Corinne
to, but do you think
Jean-Pierre was very clear. It could take months
That's
to
how it's
count
supposed to work.
the election, and that means the election is working. So let's all calm down.
You know, there's only one race I care about, Stephen. You asked for long shots. My
the
old
white
district.
race?
Well, that goes without saying.
Oops.
That's the New York 7th
For real,
Floor.
right?
So yeah, I'm sort of.
Okay, he can make that joke. He's Italian, right? He's part Sicilian, Southern
The
Italian.
Sicilians have always occupied an ambiguous racial territory.
Exactly.
D for doubt. D for doubt in the chat on that one.
Campaign committee, and you know he could lose. I don't know that he will. If he loses, though, that is a message to not just some random Democrat in New York. It's a message to the whole campaign. It's a message actually to the entire party in the House. And so there's a very, very good shot we will get those results tonight. That would be extraordinarily satisfying. And then on those crucial races, we're probably going to have to wait until 2027 to figure out what happens.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're right.
Oh,
I will
that's
say this
a
too. I think
dead
this
horse.
This is what obviously. I don't think this is the most important election of our lifetime. I think it's the precursor to the most important election of our lifetime in 2024. That's how I see it, and that's why I see the gubernatorial races.
Are these guys
I think
never
you guys would
Trumpers?
probably agree most indicative of where we would be if you were to hold a national election today.
I'm guessing they went
because
DeSantis.
obviously with the House, obviously with the Senate, less so, but kind of as you veer more towards governorships, you're talking about local politics, which is why local politics
It totally looks like a meeting of Narcotics Anonymous.
have red states that have entirely blue races or entirely blue victories. The governor
Totally looks like a meeting of Necrophiliac Anonymous.
in 2024. And I think, the last election that we covered, was a sort of a referendum on legacy media.
And that's their therapist there on the right. He's just saying, just put on a dress. Flop on over that couch.
400,000 people, something like that on Rumble. This is a sort of a referendum right now on YouTube. And I think it's a good thing. You guys are building your own platform, obviously with Daily Wire. But this is, I think, a tectonic shift to people realizing
Is it just me, or does the Crowder guy look like he is like a literal puppet? Like George Hansen made this guy. This is a Muppet. He actually looks like that to me. He looks like a Muppet.
here, I think that was the person you were quoting, right, Candace?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the thing is, they could not be a more, that's the most apt person to be making that comparison. Because do you know why? That Herschel Walker tell you that Jean-Pierre, that is one grown-up, grown-ass demon baby. Daily Wire, thank you so much. We'll be back later.
All right, thanks, Stephen, for everything. I hope I get that guy in the Secret Santa this year. Conservative Secret.
Could you imagine having a community, as these guys do, obviously? Could you imagine having a community that so supports you, and on the other side of the spectrum, the majority population is so deracinated and unsupportive of each other that they can throw out the dollars and it just becomes a reality that they are the de facto leaders of foundational America, white America, that they ignore in total with everything they say. Every argument they make is to redirect their energies to other groups of people.
And they're amazing. Try the sheets I trust myself to lull me to sleep at night. For a limited time, get 25% off your first set of sheets plus free shipping when you use promo code election at bowlandbranch.com. That's Bowl and Branch, BOLLANDBRANCH.com. Bowlandbranch.com, promo code election. Offer ends November 27th for a pair of covers you want to sleep in, and also will shield your eyes from the from the horrors of a Steven Crowder segment.
Man, he is not funny at all. Holy shit.
Wow, that's a dude who says stuff.
We've been here long enough now to have still
That's
popcorn.
smart.
It's just like they have to.
That is a dude who says stuff.
Wow, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. You know, it's one of this. It's the phenomenon where you have like a bunch of your people who tell the world how much of a genius you are, and there's no evidence of it. And everybody thinks so because it's the reputation thing.
49.4 and Raphael Warnock's at 48.7. But, you know, again, the Libertarian Party candidate, those libertarians, man.
Is it just me, or does he not have any muscle whatsoever? His shirt hangs on his shirt and that jacket hang on his body like they're on a hanger.
Well, the results have started to come in from Arizona, where all the voting machines are beautifully run. And Mark Kelly is right now up against Blake Masters, 56-41, but that's with 38% reporting, so those numbers mean nothing. Obviously, the urban areas tend to bring in the numbers first. Meanwhile, over in Pennsylvania, we're starting to see some numbers with 49% reporting. John Fetterman is up 51-47 over Mehmet Oz. Again, the mail-in ballots have not been counted, so you'd imagine the numbers are a little bit better for Fetterman than that at this early stage. Again, there's a bit of a blue mirage that happens at the beginning of the night when all of the early towns get counted, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Allentown, and then it's a little bit later in the evening when some of the rural areas come in. So, you know, right now, if
I mean, why can't we have, you know, if Fetterman were to win, an opportunity to use his idiocy, just like the idiocy of Biden's not being used effectively, to bring people over to the Go Free method and introduce the concepts that will liberate them. Make no mistake, you're looking here at anti-whites, and they will push back against the lexicon, even if they use a concept here or there because their audience is using it increasingly. They will push back, and I will predict to you right now that you will see this group here, certainly the biggest personalities here, will begin in the near future making arguments against the use of anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind. You watch. Ben Shapiro, that guy there, will be one of the loudest about why white people shouldn't be calling themselves Western kind. Guaranteed. The last thing he wants is white people seeing themselves as a group and financing other white people to compete with him for the leadership of the founding stock of this country.
If
I'll take it.
if Oz
Would you call it a crimson tide?
if Oz actually loses, if he loses to a guy with brain damage, and we talk about accountability, there has to be accountability for the Republicans that got behind Oz in the primary. Like, you're going to actually lose to a guy that can't even speak.
But
Well, unfortunately, the Republican, most notably, who got behind Oz in the primary is Donald Trump.
Well, yeah.
And as far as I can tell, he did it exclusively on the basis that Dr. Oz was also on TV.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I think Oz is. I'm going to keep my mouth open for the Daily Bean. Listen, I think Oz is a terrible candidate. I am infuriated by him. He's just awful. But David,
look at all of these props. How disgusting. They're sitting around. What is that like? Is that like Jack Daniel? I mean, what do they have on the table there? They're smoking cigars. There is nothing sophisticated about anti-whites and anti-whiteism. I mean, I feel like I'm about to see, you know, wise men come in with frankincense and myrrh here, and swine will waddle through, and then those few there who are really offended by them will jump up on the tables and scream like women upon seeing a mouse in the room. And they have grapes and wine and cigars and whatever hard liquors that are there. And then the other clown, the other joke, the other Muppet wearing guns, if that's what it was. Probably squirt guns so he could get punished by his handler once he's done. He's probably getting punished right now. All right. Looks like we're good over here on entropy. Didn't miss anybody. Well, we have about come to the end. I'll take a look at what you all are saying, and then we will just wrap it up for tonight. So let's see here. All right. Well, folks, we struggled to be at 100, but you're the best 100 out there, and I'm glad I could spend the evening with you. Take another look here. All right, good. We didn't miss anybody. Let me scroll up and see what we missed. Yeah, I can't tell you the percentage. It's kind of ridiculous. The percentage of Jewish guys over the years that I have either known or have heard secondhand about, who claimed to be Southern Italian, claimed to be Sicilian. It's always to get into the good graces of a white female. All right, let's see. Hollywood Isn't History said someone left a super chat on the Daily Wire stream mentioning you. Did they really? Was it you, my friend? Let's see. How can I find out? Oh my God. Wow. Thank God I saw that comment. Hollywood Isn't History. Was that you? Holy shit. I'm pulling that back up. Can you see that, folks? I don't think I can zoom in because it'll just move it off the screen. It says Mike super chatted 100. Let's put an end to anti-whiteism dollars. He says, at No White Guilt has the antidote to anti-whiteism. Check him out after the stream. Holy shit. Holy shit. What a way to wrap it up tonight. Was that you, Hollywood Isn't History? Who did that? Pirate flags, peg legs, sailing ships, cross swords, skull and crossbones, raucous emojis, 07s. From Mike, who over there left a $100 financial gift, which is going to be up for till the end, it looks like, maybe, for everybody to read in that live chat. No White Guilt has the antidote to anti-whiteism. Check him out after the stream. Wow. Does anybody know? Yes. Thank you all very much. Seaside Life has just said, I just scrolled down to the bottom to see if anybody was checking in to say who exactly Mike is, who we can celebrate. Seaside Life says, not sure if you're seeing this, but you help me talk to evangelicals about anti-whiteism. Thank you for that testimonial. God bless you. Thank you for jumping in here at the end of this show, Jason Goes Political, this evening, to share that. Not sure if you're seeing this, but you help me talk to evangelicals about anti-whiteism. You are so welcome. And thank you so very much for doing that. Thank you for talking to them. Thank you for using the Go Free method. Thank you for becoming a champion of the West. Elaine says, thanks, Jason. You're welcome. The Promethean, formerly known as Promulgation, is with us. Great to see you, brother. Franklin says both Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro are 1 inch tall. And that's combined. That's when one is standing on the other's shoulders. Rory says, how are things going in Virginia? Out of interest. More and more anti-white all the time. Here, I just got sent the screenshot of that. I won't say the name, the first name. Thank you very much. Well, I guess I can say Andrew. Thank you very much, Andrew, for bringing my attention to that. We just saw that here. It's epic. I don't know if you know that I'm live right now, but that is awesome. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. That's how you stand up, folks. That's how you make it happen. Gentlemen, stepped right up. Mike stepped right up, man. A big salute for you. God bless you, brother. That's going to be there. It hasn't even begun to get close to scrolling off. And anybody can click on that to say, hey, and it's the latest. Anybody can click on it to say, hey, what's this about? That's really cool. Thank you. That is great service to white well-being. Well, who's this guy that they have on now? Does anybody know this guy?
And you know, these races are grueling. They put these people, they put their families. I mean,
It's hell.
Ben made the point that it's that he's actually sad
Piers is
seeing
here.
Fetterman up there. I feel that way every time I see the president of the United States. I have an actual sadness, an actual pity that we're abusing this human in the way that we are. And you can say
That's a big error that he's making, that is being communicated to you and the founding stock Americans. Do not take ownership in your speech of what anti-whites are doing. That's what he just did. This is what we're doing. I feel bad for what we're doing. Don't ever do that.
Kind of interesting too with a Oz candidate, because Trump has been pretty good at picking.
Doesn't this guy on the right look like he could be driving around one of those like Chester vans? Doesn't he? Where do they find these people? He like pulled. He's the guy you had to like chase away from the YMCA because he was spending a little too much time in the locker room.
With low quality candidates. I'm thinking of Christine O'Donnell in Delaware during the Tea Party wave.
Yeah.
They have really bad ads. Their media is really bad. And Oz had terrible ads, and Christine O'Donnell had terrible ads. And that poor woman in California, who I like personally, but she was not a great candidate. Forget her name now.
He would know entertainment, and so pessimistic idealism. Hello to you. Alex Simpson said Crowder's definitely a Muppet. He looks like Grover to me. That's funny. This is like Mike actually pulled off a swashbuckling during Jason Goes Political. It was a raid that Mike just pulled off. He kicked in the door, dashed through their set with like a half cape on, pinned this to the wall, kicked Shapiro out of his chair, and when he hit the ground, he broke into pieces, and you discovered that he was actually a robot, and then raced from the building. There weren't any good-looking girls there, so he was fine with leaving by himself. Totally epic.
Worded in the ballot box, provided that you do it in a sophisticated and disciplined way.
Yeah. What are the stakes? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Who is this guy that's talking? Oh, there's the great Jerome is with us. I saw a lot of D's for doubt for that guy and his heritage. JK160 says, these guys have zero impact on American politics. What we have done by spreading the lexicon has already been impactful. It will continue to spread, as seen by the Miller commercial. Exactly. And you better believe, JK160, that these guys will be reaching out to Miller saying, that was really great, but just don't use the anti-white stuff again. Just talk about what the bad things the Democrats are doing, how they're not being fair to minorities, how they're not being fair to Hispanics and blacks. Just talk about that, Stephen. Guarantee you that's what they're going to be doing. Is First Last here? I thought I saw somebody wrote First Last, or they're looking for him. All right. Hollywood in history isn't history. So swashbuckling, my friend. So suave. So debonair. So debonair. He has suavity that ordinary men can't understand. Mike over there. Swashbuckling. I love it. That's what we do. We're going to make this fun. We're going to make this fun increasingly moving forward. They're like, here, let us get a shot of the alcohol, potato chips, and cigars. Because we're ordinary Americans. Horseshit. Horseshit you are. So. Okay. Hollywood Isn't History has said that the man with the glasses is the CEO of Daily Wire. Is he not talking much because he's so boring? First Last is here. Great to see you, good brother. We're having fun. We just had Mike demonstrate what an epic swashbuckler he is. So who was the guy that was on the screen that showed up a moment ago? Does anybody know? Alex is saying the same. Mike left a comment on Crowder's stream as well. No way. We have to have. Is Crowder done for the night though? Is the most recent stream? So can I find it then? Is it toward the end? Is it going to come up? Are they showing the live chat? I don't see any live chat over there. How much financially did he leave on Crowder's stream? How much did this Zorro-like Mike leave on Crowder's stream? Saw your donation on Shapiro's show and checked your website, subbed. Who said that? Was that somebody in the live chat, Pierce? Holy crap. If this Zorro character, swashbuckling, did that on more than one stream, then we really got to give it up. We really got to get out some more pirate flags. We really do. And I really would like to see Mike swing through that artificial window behind Crowder and kick his potato head away from the desk. Oh, he's actually got, this bitch has a gun on his desk. Do you know that on YouTube, it is prohibited to have a gun visible during a live stream? Do you know that? It is prohibited. I looked into it. It is an instant channel ending offense. And he's got one on his desk. Or is that supposed to be it looks like a 9mm with a Trijicon sight on top of it. So I'm doubting that is a lighter. It looks like a legit 9mm with a Trijicon sight on top. Why doesn't he immediately lose his channel? I wonder why. Hollywood isn't history. Well, welcome to anybody showing up that's come over from one of these streams. We are making the world a better place for everybody. We are the ones who have the remedy for the problem that afflicts us. God bless you, Mike. That is so epic. Let's see real quick what this woman is saying.
Decide what the law is. So whether they go full overruling it or whether they just decide we're going to stop really applying it, I think you're going to see Chevron not playing a big role in the way the court's looking at it.
Do you think, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit tonight, but with the Dobbs decision, with the overturning of Roe, with the Democrats going all in on abortion, a new focus on the courts, protests, even, still to this day, protests outside of the Republican-appointed jurists on the court. How is the role of the court changing in American life right now? And from a political point of view,
what does that question mean? How is the role of the court changing in American life?
It seems to me that the Democrats are demonstrating tonight that turning court losses into political gain isn't as easy as it looked when the Republicans were doing it after Roe for 40 years.
Exactly. Well, I think at the end of the day, what the American people really want to...
You got to love that phrase, at the end of the day. All right, over here on Entropy, we just had Pessimistic Idealism coming in with a $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. And he says, good evening. Received my copy of Going Free. Can't wait to read it. That's awesome, man. Thank you for sharing that. By the time you're done, you're going to discover that you have a closet full of capes and feathered hats. You may also have several different types of swords, fencing swords, rapier, and things like this. They'll just appear. So we're looking forward to you becoming a great swashbuckler in service to white well-being. At the end of the day.
Months. Now it's in the American people's camp, and they can make those calls, and they're going to make a lot of different calls across the country. But we are still seeing that temper tantrum in terms of the intimidation, people on their lawns, politicians threatening to pack the court, all that kind of thing, hoping that,
Okay, those who are new here because of our champions, we have a way to stop that from happening. Has nothing to do with taking over government or anything like that. The people showing up on the lawns of Supreme Court justices rather than just complain about it. That's what these folks do.
Biden's got some new nominee. Can the Republicans and will the Republicans in the Senate hold out, pull a cocaine Mitch, say we are not going to confirm a justice until the next presidential election?
Well, he did it once, right? This is why we have Justice Gorsuch. This is probably why we had Donald Trump as president, was because Leader McConnell made that call and said, "Hey, we're gonna all stick together." And to in their defense, the other Republicans stuck with him. I think obviously it depends on the specific politics of what happens when, but I don't think any Republican senator should vote for a nominee to the court that's not going to be willing to interpret the Constitution as it's written. They take an oath to uphold the Constitution too, right? So if you're voting for someone who thinks the Constitution means whatever they felt like after, I
think I was going to say that. Where did Ben go? Did he go to drain the lizard? But I think it would be more appropriate to say, where did he go to maybe drain the nano chameleon? Look it up.
Secret here too that you're not allowed to talk about, but it's late and we've been talking nonstop for 4 hours and we're all getting a little loopy. The Democrats' recent appointments to the Supreme Court are
getting a little. They were born loopy.
And
it's pretty serious.
I disagree with a lot of our ideas, but she is a legitimate jurist on the court. You can't say the same for Sonia Sotomayor. You can't say.
Oh my goodness, Ketanji.
Thank you.
Do people really watch this stuff? This is painful. JK160 was right. It hurts. They got all the dough. Okay, so where is Crowder's stream? Is Crowder done? Can somebody tell me? Because I can't find. I would like to see it and pull it up to celebrate it. Rory says, nice to know that No White Guilt knows his guns and telescopic sights. Yes, not as much as others out there, but I've dabbled. Montana Kid says Timcast has a gun too. Folks, I guarantee you, if I pulled a gun up on this stream, you can look it up on YouTube. It is 100% prohibited. And I specifically, a couple years ago, maybe it was a year and a half ago, specifically went on YouTube to find out whether or not I could have a gun visible, real gun visible. And it specifically said immediate channel shut down. So I guess when you are part of the spread of ideas that undermine the well-being and the founding stock of this country, you're allowed to do a lot of things that others aren't allowed to do. It's called Stasi, psychological warfare. All right, well. Oh, I see John Del Rio. I saw your donation on Shapiro Show and checked your website. Subbed. Awesome. Yes. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And a big thank you to our champ for doing that. I absolutely was not anticipating that was going to happen. So that's really cool. All right. Well, Natarific says you can't do it, but the anti-whites can. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even be able to put up some like antiquated. If I had an old crossbow in the background, I'm sure I would get an email from YouTube promoting violence. And it's out of safety for you. It's out of our concern for your safety that we want to make sure that you are not showing weapons in the background. Wait a second. Is this Ben Shapiro? Yes. All right. Nano Chameleon Man. Actually, that is so apropos. I just realized that. When your mind is working, even when you're not making it work. That is funny. All right. I don't know. I would love them to have the live chat up. I see his most recent live stream. It's a reaction. Fetterman and Dr. Oz recap. So I don't see a recent live or a live stream going right now. Unless, does he have another channel? Is it a different channel that he's on? All right, one last listen. Looks like we're blank over there. Wow, Mike has really made this an amazing, Hollywood is in history, has really made this an amazing wrap up here with his flamboyant success.
Alone a leak of an entire opinion. The justices weren't even like having very good conversations together for a long time after that, it seems like. So it's just shocking to me. Obviously, it's a really important decision, but that it would result in that kind of a leak and then, assassination attempts, all of this stuff. It's just a huge step backwards for what used to be one of the few institutions people could trust.
I wonder.
People could trust. Are you joking? How old is she? The judges have been activists. The radical anti-white judges have been activists since before we were born. Trust that institution? And Montana Kid, you're able to have videos. You can make videos with firearms on YouTube. But live streams, no. So unless they've worked out something with YouTube, which is not impossible, I guess. Once they have anointed you, when they're like, oh, okay, you're anti-white enough, you may do all these cool things so that people will watch your channel. I doubt you could sit around. I bet you Crowder is allowed to sit around with guns and alcohol on a live stream.
But I think this is.
Does anybody want to try to guess what is being said without actually listening? He's saying, I always dreamed. Let's see where we can go with. Maybe we'll go with this. She's like, so my mother was really drunk. And I was like, what the hell? Why are you this drunk, Mom? And so I didn't know what to do. So then I slapped her with this hand. And I used this finger to poke her eye. So and this guy said, I'm going to cover up my face because I'm ugly as hell. So I'm just going to talk behind my hand in this cigar. And that's not the biggest thing I've had in my mouth. Oh, they got another camera angle for you. Oh, right as he was picking his nose. Wait a second. Isn't this the scientist from Back to the Future? What the hell? Where's his DeLorean? He's like, let me tell you about my teenage boyfriend. She said, I've got a pool boy. I make my husband watch him clean the pool. And also, he has herpes. Come on, tell us about your teenage boyfriend. He's like, well, I normally have him sit on my lap, and we talk about what he learned in school today, high school. And then they went to the Daily Wire commercial. Now this guy's allowed to question. So this guy is Jewish too, or no? These are the people he's talking to here are all lizard people. How do you change your form so rapidly? I'm just curious. It's easy. A journey to discover the truth about lizard people. Well, he's here in Africa because he really wants to discuss lizards, and he figured that a lot of lizards in Africa. Uh-oh. That must have been a shapeshifter. I have no idea who these people are, why he's talking to them, of course. I'm just filling in the blanks. She's like, that's how much my IQ is. All right. Keep an eye out for pessimistic idealism. Going to be our next swashbuckling hero. Nikki S. says, Walsh pushed back recently against Joe Rogan. He was telling Joe that marriage should be between a man and a woman. He probably could use your help, Jason. Well, this said by Nick, yeah. All of them could use my help. Rory says, many of my ancestors were named Alabaster. Most would think it means white stone, but it's actually derived from the French abastir, meaning crossbowman. Crossbowman. Oh, walking out. How long are you going to be in the bathroom? It's like, how do I pull down a lizard out here in Africa? Oh boy, that guy was naked. Interesting. What is a woman, he asks. Available now. Whatever they say, buddy. Whatever they say. You're going to stick in that anti-white narrative. It's whatever they say. Now we're back to, what is this? Galloping horse. Man running through the woods. What could this be? Oh boy. Does anybody know what this is? These are the anti-whites. After the white man who was standing up against anti-whiteism. And you know what? If this is being made by the same crew that, or approved by the same crew we were just looking at, this is what going to be about, like original America, early America. And he's like, son, worship Israel. Yes, Papa. There is evil in this land because there isn't Israel. Oh my God, they want to ask me about my car's extended warranty. Son, we have to make sure we do things for the minorities. The will to survive. Anti-whiteism. Oh, the woman's going to fight him off. I got you now. That makes perfect sense. Just like on the fields in Europe, the Celtic women fighting off the Roman soldiers. Actually, women can be magnificent shooters, great marksmen. Only on Daily Wire. Election night 2022. Let's see what this guy's saying.
Pulling ahead 53.8 over Democrat Tim Ryan, 46.2. That's.
Let me read from my diary. I loved Joey for so long. That's how I got this job working for Ben Shapiro. Because I can't give up my love for Joey that we had since elementary school. Look at that. What kind of t-shirt is he wearing? His t-shirt with a suit jacket. What a gimp. What a gimp. And look at, what is he doing with his hand? My hand has been doing this since I had my stroke. I can't stop it. And it's purple.
Decent position, 1%, but that's with 83%. I just got that.
83% of his 83% is the blood alcohol level that he's suffering with right now.
To exceed 50%. Will that happen? Not certain, but there are some Democratic heavy counties that aren't fully in. So something like 20 to 30% not reported. That's not great for Walker.
What is this background? He's got like oil wells. How fake is this? It's fake from top to bottom. Wow, who is that? This is your totally artificial hair, hairspray, fake with all the cigars, oil wells, guns, alcohol. We're just your regular founding stock Americans here. Is this guy like one generation away from being a Cyclops? I'm just asking. I mean, could I be wrong? This is as close as your eyes can get. Is he related to somebody in the white sympathetic sphere? Kind of Ant-Nat like? This is like half a generation from being a Cyclops.
Any of these things, you put them together in such a way, you're still telling the truth, you're not lying. But what it seems to me that the only offense.
The problem is Republicans, if they even had the political sense to put that bill together, would call it like the Title IX Restoration and Fair Improvement Act or something. Right?
This guy's shirt sits like 2 inches up off his chest because of all the hair that's underneath of it. How would you like to watch him putting like sunblock on? How would you like to be his 17-year-old boyfriend that has to put the sunblock on him?
Some ideas about how to actually win hearts. You know, we've talked about this before. I think that over the course of the last 30.
I think that I probably shouldn't hit the bong before I came in here because my voice is a little raspy.
Conservatives think that anything that has any emotion in it at all is automatically bad, and people don't vote based on how they think. They vote based on how they feel. And we should be going for the feels, and we're not.
We should go. Oh, he's so like ghetto. Go for the feels. We need to go for the feels. That's his pickup line for his wife. Like, can we go for the feels? And she's like, you disgust me. Oh, look at this Muppet is back.
And if you run a very weak candidate, you lose to a person who has brain malfunction in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And right now, it looks like Fetterman is going to win the seat in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
and
my
looks as though
gosh.
Georgia is going to a runoff because Walker is an exceedingly weak candidate. And
a runoff in Georgia is not good.
A runoff in Georgia.
And where is Mamet getting the verbiage that he uses for his campaign? From fools like this. That's where. That's why they're losing. Ben, own it. The loss is yours, buddy. It's your verbiage that Mamet is using, and so it's your fault that he's losing to a mentally challenged individual.
Right now is on the rocks in Colorado. That is not a district you should be losing.
You know what? Mamet could have talked about Fetterman being anti-white, and that would have ruined him. Could you imagine Fetterman trying to say that he's not anti-white? It would be like 36 minutes of him trying to put together the very first word, and then he would say, good night.
It's because they figured that Baldur would be the person easiest to beat. And it turns out that looks to be correct. That race has already been called. Baldur is done in New Hampshire. So that means that
this guy needs to just own up to the fact that he's been transitioning to a woman since he was born.
Or at the beginning of the night, Republicans have lost a seat they could have held in Pennsylvania or look to be losing that seat. Georgia is at best a toss-up. New Hampshire is gone. And now we're headed out west. And basically you have to bank the Republicans taking the Senate on holding on Nevada, which would be a testament to Laxalt's quality as a candidate. He's the strongest of these candidates. And then we'll have to see how Masters does in.
Well, so what he's looking at, it's looking pretty bad for Republicans. Democrat domination. It will never end. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are your thinkers. These are the people who are coming up with the ideas that the candidates are articulating. I'm not joking when I say that it's this guy's fault. He is the thought leader, the thought creator. These people, the thought leaders, thought creators. So people like Mamet watch him and this guy and whoever else, and then they share what these folks have articulated. The reason they're losing is because of the ideas. It's not good enough to say, well, if the candidate used all my ideas and he was a 10 in looks and like 6.5 feet tall and could fly, we would have won. I mean, Ben, that doesn't work that way. They're losing because of you.
Of the candidate, by the way, in such a way that you can run.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Trendy is now predicting that the Republicans don't take the Senate. He says the Democrats are more likely to pick up a seat and end up at 51 than the Republicans are likely to keep it a split, which is not how this night was supposed to go.
No.
And it's certainly not how this night was supposed to go.
Look
by
at
any of the available metrics historically. The Democrats would pick up a Senate seat in an election year where the president of the United States is running at 43%, where 70+% of the American public believes that the economy is moving.
And this is one of the things actually I wanted to ask you all earlier in the night. Remember, I was talking about what are some predictions, and one of the ones I was going to offer to you all to stimulate thought is, could we be getting ready to observe totally legitimate crushing of the Republicans so that there would just be no more resistance? You're just like, we crushed your president, we crushed your Donald Trump, and now midterms that historically for 40 years or whatever it is always supposed to go to the other party after the win of the presidency is going to get crushed as well. And it's going to get crushed even though we have ruined the lives of people across the country, even though everybody is paying more, people are all angry about inflation, fuel prices, fuel shortages, immigration, skyrocketing crime. Even though all of that, we're still going to shove these Democrats down your throat so you can have more of it for 2 more years.
Or,
Yeah.
And expectations were pretty high. Certainly mine were.
So what we're seeing now is the excuse milling by these conservative content creators, thought leaders that we've seen forever. After the big losses, they come in and they don't take ownership of the ideas that cost the election. They blame everybody else.
Make those decisions on an hourly basis, make a political decision every 2 years. And the one thing that I've noticed a lot, not looking downstream, is looking upstream, is that a bunch of like pop culture channels that I would watch, just they talk about Star Trek or whatever, Lord of the Rings. These guys haven't become Republicans exactly, although many of them almost have. But the amount of politics has entered these pop culture discussions.
First Last likes excuse milling. You are most welcome. Yeah, that's cool. That works. That's what it's going to be. That's what it is. Excuse milling. 0022, great to see you. Are they about to try to sell me antique cars? I don't know. Maybe. Their wigs have dust on them. Oh, wow. Well, isn't this going to be something? If we all wake up tomorrow and the Republicans have been crushed, isn't that going to be something? After all the polls, after the historical precedent, after no matter how bad it's become in the country for everybody, the Democrats just sweep, and Fetterman is the new president.
As our friends at Trafalgar are doing some polling, and their results are a little different than what we're seeing kind of in a lot of the reporting that's happening right now. So it'll be nice to hear a different perspective as we go. And then hopefully we'll be joined by Megan Kelly shortly after that. So we have still a lot of great voices coming to you tonight. We know it's been a long night. We appreciate you sticking with us.
And it's getting longer and longer of a night.
The heady bygone days of 2016, we all drank heavily when we did this show. And it made for some...
They drank heavily. Alcoholics. That's what we want our people following.
Looks like we're going to go over...
He's like, it was so heady. I brought my teenage boyfriend out. I had him run his hands through my chest hair. Oh, boy. Look at these two. These must be it's the pollster.
Hassan, a race that we obviously a lot of people were hoping was going to be closer. It looks like it's already been called by Decision Desk. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Few more updates. We mentioned earlier Pennsylvania. We had a mistake in the error. It was not 90%, 73% reporting right now in Pennsylvania, and it's getting a lot tighter. It's Fetterman right now, 49.3%, Dr. Oz at 48.3%. So Pennsylvania very much in play.
Real Vincent says Crowder is live on Rumble at the moment. Is that where the financial gift was, on Rumble? Definitely the guy on the right is constipated. This guy's like, do you use X-Lax? My wife uses X-Lax. You don't have a wife. Stop kidding yourself. Look at my bow tie. Look at it closely. You have never had a wife. His name is Chuck. All right, let me see. Yeah, I see some rumbles over on Rumble rants over there for Crowder. But it's just two different $5 ones. So I don't know where that financial gift, if it was on Rumble, I hope somebody got a screenshot of it so we can celebrate again the champ. Nano Chameleon.
In Nevada.
This guy, what do you think this guy's talking about here? I think he looks like a chia pet. I think that's what he's talking about. He's like, and I had a chia pet when I was a boy, and we poured alcohol in it, and we thought it would make the plants grow faster. But then the plants died, and my mother beat us with the chia pet. That's why my head looks like this.
One final question for you on Pennsylvania. We mentioned candidates trailing governors. Right now, Fetterman is about 5.5 points behind Shapiro, about north or south of there. Do you think in the end, if he stays within 5.5 points of where Shapiro was, that it'll be enough to put him ahead?
Fetterman, no. I think Fetterman's going to be a little more competitive than that, because where Shapiro is, you've got a situation that Fetterman has people who might actually agree with his philosophy.
Oh boy, this is really tough. All right, let's make sure we didn't miss anybody there. We didn't miss anybody over here. The great Naderific is going to bed, and I've got other things to do. It's fun. I like making fun of these people as well. Ivan the Horrible, the weed plants. That's why his head looks caved in like that, because the mother beat him. They're letting this guy with the vocal cords burnt by his marijuana do most of the talking now. They brought him out of some kind of catatonic state in the back. I mean, where are they keeping these people? And why isn't Nano Chameleon talking as much?
Our political persuasion is we need less politics. You're not going to draw people who are really good at that conversion.
I think this is the thing with the Republicans, though. I think they are in this shift and they have not found their feet. I mean, I just believe that this is. I think the Democrats ultimately are dooming themselves, even though
I agree.
You know, but
isn't that
the
great?
Republicans have a chance
Excuse
to renew.
milling.
They have a chance to change.
Ultimately, we just got the shit kicked out of us because of the ideas we promulgate. But I really think that Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot by having all these victories. Don't you, Nano? We have a much better case. The Democrats have ruined everything they're trying to do by all of these victories and then all of these policies. People's lives are going down the shitter, and they love that. So the Democrats, what are they going to go from here? I mean, where can you go from absolute victory in everywhere that you turn? So I really think the next election cycle is ours. Nano, do you have any thoughts? Can you jump in and fill in for me here? Because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of lost. I got high on my cigar a little earlier. And when I'm not functioning as a sundial on my back in midday, I have to come in here with you imbeciles for whom I pay big salaries. And I'm just bored. I'm bored and I'm ugly. And I liked it better when I was on the Back to the Future movie. And don't even talk to me about Back to the Future. I know I should have brought my DeLorean. Nano's talking.
Some of this stuff. The problem is there wasn't a baseline level of understanding that they could even do the job in a competent fashion. Yeah. The same thing is true for Herschel Walker in Georgia. If you look at the exit polls, people are saying this is not a person who I trust to actually be able to do the job. You can do the culture war stuff, and it's the icing on the cake, but the cake has.
Okay, so they're saying the reason why we lost with Herschel Walker is the same reason the Democrats are winning with Fetterman. Come on, dum-dum. I thought this guy was really bright.
About him. Trump didn't want him to be the gubernatorial candidate. He ripped on him for a solid year and a half. Mm-hmm. After the election of 2020, he suggested that it was Trump's fault.
Oh, it's Trump's fault. Wow. You know, pass the buck is something that I never thought I would see Ben Shapiro do.
And people are like, okay, this guy's competent. I trust this guy with his job. And the same thing with DeSantis, except even more so. And then you look at sort of so when we talk culture war, because that's what we do for a living. And when we talk about the issues that are really important to America, and I think the cultural issues are in many ways more important than the day-to-day in terms of the direction of the country over the long haul. When it comes to actually voting, in the same way that people will be polled and they'll say, I hate Congress. Congress is terrible. It's really bad. And then just keep voting.
Did he actually just say terrible? That's what it sounded like.
Person has a baseline level of competence. The Republicans have to stop putting up candidates who is appealing to the kind of most passionate side of them, as opposed to the candidate who they believe can actually convince people that they're going to be somewhat decent at the job. And this is something that Yuval Levin over at AEI, he's made this point, he's correct, that Congress for Republicans and for Democrats too, for everyone, it used to be that the institutions shaped the people coming into them. The idea was that you went into Congress to become a congressperson. And then when you were a congressperson,
this is excuse milling extraordinaire. Congress should have shaped them to be better. And that's why we lost. All right, folks. Who has had fun tonight? We're going to get out of here. Yeah, we're running out of time anyhow. pull that down one more time. Who knew that when we were getting ready to wrap it up last time, that a swashbuckling champion would swing in? I should have heard the music playing. Would swing in and accomplish such wonderful things here in the 11th hour of our Jason Goes Political this evening. Well, we didn't get shut down during the stream. And I don't see anybody having tagged me with anything else. Okay, good. Well, thank everybody for being here. And let me do this. Thank everybody for being here. And I'll just reiterate that Jason Goes Political is going into hiatus. We have not engendered enough audience participation or audience presence, a big enough audience to continue warrant the time that I have to invest to do this. I could do other things for white well-being. So unfortunately, I would have liked this to pick up speed. I mean, even to this point, probably would have happened with Jason Goes Political was after this midterm elections, I probably would have done, another month or so of these episodes and then put it into hiatus until we got closer to the presidential election. But with the results that we've had and all of the outreach effort that we have made and I've paid for, and you all have paid for, the world is split between those who want to follow Ben Shapiro and those who want to take Ben Shapiro and his family and do wonderful tickly things to them. And so we are neither one of those groups. It's going to take a lot more. It's going to take a lot more effort. It's going to take a lot more effort on our part as individuals. But moving forward, though, we're going to make it fun because we're going to continue to make it increasingly fun. And I've dubbed myself General Swashbuckler. So we're gonna have raids online. We're gonna have raids in person, and we're gonna have laughs. We're gonna spread the doctrine. We're gonna spread the key concepts, and hopefully bring a lot of people over that way. And maybe we'll end up reaching a white person who is like this other group out there when they want their people to be the mouth, the brains of these positions. They want their people, their own, to articulate what they would call conservative values, and then use the founding stock of the United States as their audience. And so they write the checks and they make it happen. We're going to need people in our race that want to be a part of a people. We're going to need them to step forward to make the same sort of thing happen. And that just means we got to keep pushing. But even though we work for that and we hope for that to happen, and we expect and want that to happen, we have already changed the world, and we continue to change the world every day. That has been the ultimate success because we have done it without the big money that Shapiro can raise for his endeavors, and all of these other characters that are there. We've done it without that big money. We've done it without all those connections. We've done it without the appearances on regime television and radio and elsewhere. We've done something that otherwise no one would have thought possible. And I promise you this, people will look back and they will see what we've done, this on a global scale. They will see what we've done, and they will absolutely see it as a miracle. And that means that each and every one of you that played a part was a miracle worker. It's not time for bed for me. But until we revisit Jason Goes Political, it's later than you think, America.